Hello, good morning. Good morning, everyone. I think we do have quorum now. We can start. Uh, it is a pleasure to me to welcome you to the third meeting of the advisory board of the Santiago network. And I'm very pleased to see everyone. Belen, welcome. And I think Stella is also joining us in person today. And so I would like to declare the meeting open. It is open. The third meeting of the Santiago Network is being held from today, 4th September 2024, to Friday, 6th September 24 in Bonn. We are pleased to have 11 members attending, as well as the representative from women and gender constituencies, indigenous people organization, and the children and youth non-governmental organizations, in person and virtually. More details regarding the participation will be provided during item 3 on organizational matters. For those participating in person, please note the emergency exit. There are 3 of them in this room. The restrooms are located outside this meeting room on lower level. Also, emergency numbers for the police is 110, and for the ambulance fire services 112. Regarding a quorum for us to proceed with a meeting and to make decisions as a body, and in lieu of the rule of procedures of the advisory board yet being adopted, the draft rule of procedures of the core paragraph, para 27.3 apply. This stipulates that the majority of the members of the advisory board should constitute a quorum. I confirm now that a quorum has been met and we can therefore proceed with the meeting. Before we go into the next agenda item, please allow me to acknowledge the presence of Mrs. Paulo Albrito, Director of the United Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, who is joining us for the first day of the meeting. We are also grateful for the continued support of the incoming COP presidency and invite pre-recorded remark from Mr. Mukhtar Babayev, COP29 presidency designate. The video will be displayed. Secretariat video.
Distinguished co-chairs, board members, observers, dear colleagues, it is an honor to address all of you at the third meeting of the advisory board of the Santiago network. The COP29 presidency has been closely following the progress made by the Santiago network this year. We appreciate your important work and express our gratitude to the board's co-chairs, Mr. Alpha Kaloga and Mr. Akio Takemoto. A few days ago, we visited Tonga to participate in the Pacific Islands Forum Leaders meeting. There, we met with leaders from the Pacific Islands and the Commonwealth to pledge our support in the fight against climate change. We saw firsthand devastating impacts of tsunamis that Tonga already experiences. The residents of SIDS face the loss of their homes, their communities, and their livelihoods. Recently, we have witnessed the extreme impact of climate change across various parts of the globe, marked by numerous floods, storms, and typhoons. These events have caused massive losses in countries such as Bangladesh, Brazil, Nigeria, India, the Philippines, Pakistan, Japan, Oman, the United Arab Emirates, the United States, and the Pacific and Caribbean regions. As a global community, we must fulfill our commitments across all pillars of the Paris Agreement. Any failure to deliver on what we have promised would be a moral mark on us. Providing support for loss and damage that meets the increasing needs of mass vulnerable to climate change will be crucial. The COP29 presidency has set out its two-pillar plan to enhance ambition and enable action this year, with climate finance at the top negotiating priority. As we look to enable action, there are key elements on loss and damage that must move forward. COP27 and COP28 results in good progress on loss and damage. This year, the COP29 presidency is determined to build on that progress. We are working closely with the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage to help it become fully operational as soon as possible. We will host the third meeting of the board of the fund in Baku later this month to support its progress, which reflects our commitment to this work. We are also supporting collaboration across the overall loss and damage framework and are calling for the different funds and financial mechanisms to improve their coordination. Finally, we are calling for further financial pledges, including contributions to the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. We also emphasize the need for an adequate budget for the Santiago network, so the growing needs of vulnerable communities can be met. As the COP29 presidency drives progress on loss and damage this year, we recognize the Santiago network as a crucial part of this ecosystem. Its work will be critical to ensure that technical assistance is provided to those standing at the front line of climate change. The first two meetings of the Santiago Network Advisory Board provided valuable progress. Important steps have already been taken in approving guidelines for membership of the network and achieving progress on other documents and procedures needed to fully activate the network. As COP29 approaches, it is important that we meet the urgent and changing demands for technical assistance on the front lines of the climate crisis. As the Advisory Board meets today, we hope to see significant progress in the full implementation of the Santiago network. It is critical that the network quickly responds to requests for technical assistance. This ensures timely help for those affected by climate change. Demonstrating concrete results in this progress prior to COP29 will send a strong signal of commitment to those who need assistance the most. We also call for better coordination and alignment between the Santiago network and other loss and damage entities. We want to see progress in improving this coordination. The work of Santiago network, the Warsaw International Mechanism, and the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage complements each other. Better coordination among these bodies is crucial for effectively helping those severely affected by climate change. We also support the coordination among funding mechanisms on loss and damage. In this regard, we will co-host the official launch of the high-level dialogue of these mechanisms in the framework of the World Leaders Climate Action Summit during COP29. Dear colleagues, when we meet in Baku, communities on the front lines of the climate crisis must be at the center of our minds. As the COP29 presidency, we promise to continue to work with you to make real progress on this important topic this year. We hope this meeting will be another significant achievement in that journey. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency. I now would like to hand out the next agenda to my co-chair.
Thank you, Arthur. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're spending a good days. So, agenda item 2, adoption of the agenda. So let us turn to the business of the third meeting and to agenda item 2, adoption of the agenda. I invite board members to consider the provisional agenda and the annotations to the provisional agenda as presented in the document SNAB/2024/3/02 available on the meeting website. Then I'd like to propose changing the order of the agenda. After the lunch today, I'd like to propose to discuss agenda item 8, guidelines for managing fund provided for technical assistance. Then in return, to move agenda item 8, provision of technical assistance, that will be placed on the morning of tomorrow. This is a change of a proposal. So now I will now open the floor for feedback on the agenda. For this and other items, members are asked to raise their flags for those in person or raise their hands for those joining online to take the floor. Now floor is open. Alpha, please.
Thank you, co-chair. I'd like to propose an addition to the agenda to have an agenda dedicated on the response of the advisory board to the letter by the Africa Group chair.
Thank you very much. Any reflection? Sarah Flores.
Thank you. I'm wondering if such matters would be considered under any other business, or any other matters, agenda item 17, rather than adding a separate agenda item for that type of discussion.
Thank you. Other members on this proposal? Angela Flores.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Just to be brief, I fully support the comments made by Sierra. I think we should discuss this matter under agenda item 17. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Alpha, you're.
I'm okay with that. Thank you for your flexibility.
Okay, thank you. So let us decide to include the proposal by Alpha in the other items, other matters. Okay. Any other comments? Now the agenda is adopted with some amendment. Thank you. So now I'd like to turn to agenda item 3, organization matters. I'd like to hand over to my co-chair. Thank you.
Thank you, co-chair. As with the first and second meetings of the advisory board, this meeting is being conducted in a hybrid format, and members, representative, and observer will therefore be able to participate actively, whether in person or online. The co-chairs will let you know when you are invited to take the floor. For the members and representatives who are present in person, we ask you to raise your flag to signal your intention to intervene during the meeting. Those joining virtually can use the hand raise function on the Zoom platform. For observers in the room, we kindly ask that when an agenda item is open for observers to share their views, that you raise your flag and await the signal from the co-chair before taking the floor. For observers online, we kindly ask that you raise your hand and speak when called upon to do so. For those joining virtually, we kindly ask that you keep your microphone muted and video off unless you have the floor to speak. The use of your video is optional and may be used if your bandwidth is low. We are pleased to advise that this meeting is being live streamed via Santiago Network website. Please visit Santiago Network, Santiago slash, what call it? Santiago-network.org. Then go to the event tab and select the third meeting of the advisory board. All documents for the meeting will also be accessible on this page. Meeting participants. This third meeting of the Santiago Network Advisory Board is being attended by 11 members from parties and 3 representatives. 1 member will participate virtually. As per Decision 12 CMA 4 endorsed in Decision 11/CP.27, meetings of the advisory board shall be open to parties and admitted non-party observers unless the advisory board decides to hold the meeting or part of thereof in a closed session. There were 90 registrations from observers, with half registered for in-person participation. Of the registered received, 21 are from parties and the 69 are non-state observers. We're grateful that we continue to receive very strong interest in the work of the Santiago Network, including outcomes of the advisory board meetings. Schedule of work. The schedule of work is contained in document SNAB/2024/3/03.rev.1. Members are asked to agree on this proposed schedule, and if amendments are being proposed, we kindly ask that you do so now. The floor is open. The floor is open. I see no flag. The schedule of work is agreed. I now would like to turn to agenda item 4. Co-chair, you have the floor.
Thank you. So agenda item 4, secretariat recruitment. By decision 6/CMA.5, endorsed in decision 2/CP.28, parties, while selecting the host of the Santiago Network Secretariat, encourage the host to promptly launch its work, including the recruitment of a director of the Secretariat through a merit-based, open and transparent process. At its second meeting on 4th July 2024, the advisory board took note of the recruitment process of the director and other Santiago Network Secretariat staff. The advisory board further asks the host of the Secretariat Network Secretariat the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, and the United Nations Office for the Project Services to provide an update on how the regional and sub-regional UNDRR and UN offices could be used to provide relevant services and support to the Santiago network, and agreed to initiate discussions on the number and locations of regional offices in its third meeting. Paragraph 7.f. In the terms of the reference of the Santiago network, as contained in Decision 12/CMA.4, endorsed in Decision 11/CP.27, details that the advisory board will endorse the appointment of the director of the Santiago Network Secretariat. The selected candidate for the post was subsequently endorsed on 4th August 2024 by the advisory board as per the process for the intersessional decision-making adopted at the second meeting of the advisory board. Under this agenda item, we invite the host of the Santiago Network to provide an update on first, progress made in the recruitment of the director and other staff of the Santiago Network Secretariat head office, and second, on how regional and sub-regional UNDRR and UN offices could be used to provide relevant services and support to the Santiago network. So I'd like now open the floor to the members to seek any additional information or share any feedback. In particular, we would like to invite members to provide guidance on the locations and recruitment of regional officers. Okay, sorry. So now I'd like to Okay. So now I'd like to ask Andrew to update from the host. Thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I think you've given some of the update already, but I just, for the benefit of everybody, I'll go back a little bit regarding the director's recruitment. I think it's important to emphasize that we had an exceptionally strong group of candidates, and I'd like to thank all of the candidates who did go through the whole process. The process involved initial interviews with an external firm, a written technical assessment, leadership assessment, and a competency-based interview with a panel of UNOPS, UNDRR, and UNFCCC. Paula, the head of UNDRR, who's here today, was part of that panel. I'm very pleased to announce that Ms. Carolina Fuentes was the candidate who was successful through that process. And as the co-chair announced, she was endorsed by the advisory board on the 4th of August. She will start her position on the 1st of November. Carolina's background, very briefly, I mean, she spent the last 10 years with the Green Climate Fund. She was most recently the director of the Division of Country Programming. Before that was the secretary to the board and the head of governance affairs. Prior to that, she held a number of senior roles in the government of Mexico. And she holds an MSc from the University of Oxford in Nature, Society, and Environmental Studies. So I think if I can put words in your mouth, Paula, too, we are very pleased to welcome her to the Secretariat. There is also two other positions, the two other senior positions, the Senior Program Manager at a P5 level and Operations Manager P4. Those two positions were advertised previously. The recruitment is in the advanced stages. We have finalized the short list, and the shortlisted candidates will be invited to interviews, a written assessment this week. Then the third phase of recruitment for the Secretariat are 4 positions. There's a Program Officer Country Engagement, Program Officer for OB&Es, Communications Officer, and an Admin Support Associate. all of those terms of reference are being finalized now with UNOPS and UNDRR colleagues, and they will be advertised shortly. The last sort of round of this will be regional positions, regional officers. And as the co-chair announced, we are seeking guidance from the advisory board on the scope of responsibilities and approval of the budget for 2025 as next steps, and also, of course, locations of those positions. Thank you, co-chair.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to open the floor. By the way, today we have a heavy agenda item, so I hope that we want to take much time for the next agenda, important agenda. Sorry, Coach.
Sorry, co-chair, my error. I would just, if with your permission, just like to ask my my UNDRR colleague to compliment.
Of course, please.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and thank you very much, Andrew. But first of all, very much looking forward to welcoming Carolina Fuente with us on the 1st of November. And I would like just to pick up on the mentioning related to the COP28/CMA5 decision that asks regional and sub-regional UNDRR offices to serve as a designated unit for providing relevant services and support for catalyzing effective and timely technical assistance in developing countries. I would like to reiterate that UNDRR is committed to host the colleagues in the regions, and of course to very much collaborate towards this common goal. This will of course be subject to the decisions by the advisory board on the location of the Santiago network regional offices. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Paula. So now I'd like to open the floor. Please make an intervention short. Thank you. So first I see Cecilia, floor is yours.
Well, first, let me express our excitement for our new director. Very happy that we had such a strong applicant pool and that we're successfully found such a great future director, and very excited for her to begin. I also was hoping, Andrew, that you might be able to provide a little bit more details about the two current recruitment processes in terms of just like the number of applicants and the number of the kind of small pool that shortlist that you've developed. It'd be helpful for us to hear how those recruitments are going, especially since we were asked to distribute those announcements.
Thank you. The next, Alpha, floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank Andrew for the report back, and I'd like to also thank you for the successful recruitment of the new director. And we very much hope, and we are very sure that she will raise to the challenge that we are having here in the Santiago network. Having said that, I have one question in connection to the recruitment of the two program officials. I'm not quite sure about the process, but I recall having a discussion in the group, we kindly suggesting you to wait to allow for the new director to be embarked in the selection of the program official, first to give a sense of accountability and particularly to ensure that she's fully on board and agree on the person that will be selected. So I'm wondering at which stage do you intend to involve her, or you are already in close interaction with her in connection to the recruitment of the two people? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment A question? All right, I see no more. So I'd like to ask Andrew to respond to the question.
Sure. Let me first respond to Alpha's question. Our systems do allow for Carolina to be involved in the assessment of the written tests, and she will be invited to do that. And she will be the final decision maker on the recruitment. We will not make a final decision on the recruitment without her involvement. So she will be involved in all of the processes. Regarding Sierra's question on more specifics on the number of candidates and breakdown of various things, I will rely on my colleague, Catherine.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and thank you very much, Sierra, for the question. I can share with you that for the P5 Senior Program Officer position, we have a total of 238 candidates. For the P4, the Operations Manager, 353. And I have to ask for your indulgence to wait for the breakdown. I will immediately inquire and provide this for you. But there was a good diversification also of applicants, also from different regions and gender. But I provide these details to you if you please allow me. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. All right, so I see no more question. Angela, floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, I don't have a question. I just want to express my appreciation to the Secretariat for dealing with this process in an efficient manner. From my side, I just want to express a warm welcome to the new director or secretary of the Santiago network, and I'm happy to see that she came from Latin American region. So we look forward to work with her, and of course we expect to have real outcomes from this meeting and start delivering with the Santiago network. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. And likewise, I also welcome, appreciate the new directors coming soon. Thank you. All right, so now I'd like to hand over to the next agenda item 5. So to my co-chair. Thank you. Me? Okay. Sorry, I missed the points of discussion. I would like to ask your views on the Okay, regional presentation of the regional office. If you have any views, all right, Sierra for yours.
Thank you, Akio. And I had intentionally just raised my flag to make sure that we did have time to discuss this. But I guess I'm happy to break the ice in any case. And I think it is helpful to hear that the terms of reference for the remaining 4 staff in the Geneva office are being prepared. I do think that I would urge us to think about if we do want regional staff or perceive a need for regional staff, to consider if we should also scale back the Geneva staff to accommodate those regional positions. If we move forward with the full proposal of 7 Geneva staff and 4 regional officers, that would be 11 staff in the next year, which I think would be a large secretariat and not in line with, I think, what we have been asking for in terms of a lean and agile secretariat, and also have with it budgetary implications. which I'm sure we will discuss later. And so I do think it would be helpful for us to think about, are there parts of kind of the responsibilities of the Geneva staff that in the short term, while we're still developing our pipeline of technical assistance request, could be covered by regional staff. Of course, I think we will grow as a network. We will receive more requests in the future. We will have hopefully more funding in the future. And we can revisit this. But I think in the next 6 months, it seems like quite aggressive growth to add all of those positions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And sorry, Camila.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair, and good morning, everyone. This is my first time taking floor on this item. I'll also congratulate Carolina on her appointment and give her a warm welcome. We are very much looking forward to actually operationalizing this network. On this item on the staff, I'd also like to echo some of Sierra's points and questions. I'd also add one of the discussions we had in our second advisory board meeting when we were discussing location was as well the possibility for not all staff to be based in Geneva, but also based possibly in other of the offices, whether that be regional offices or the offices here in Bonn. So it's a question on, has there been more consideration on this when drafting those terms of reference, or is the expectation that this is Geneva? And in adding to that question from Sierra, I think there's an opportunity as well to sort of have a broader reflection on the tasks that we expect from these officers and evaluate the possibility that as we're growing and we prioritize regional presence, which has been one of the key asks by the network, if these responsibilities can be distributed globally, whether that is a possibility or how we can work towards making it happen precisely to make sure we're growing in a sustainable fashion and not crashing before we've secured our budget and actually started delivering on technical assistance. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sierra and Camila, on the highlight on the regional offices and to have, task Santiago network. Now, I'd like to, Alpha, you want?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair. And I actually wanted to fully support the intervention made by Sarah and Camila on the necessity of having an approach that are action-oriented, people-oriented, community-oriented, to have a secretariat at the front of loss and damage impact. And I think this is a network, and the network can also be articulated in the decentralized approach of a secretariat. And I fully support the fact that it is not only cost effective, but it is actions oriented. And I think that is the vision we have in mind. And hence, I also would like to, to support the questions raised by the two colleagues on how the Secretariat intend to reflect that. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any other comment from previous speakers? Okay, now I'd like to, do you have any, some reflection, Andrew, if you have?
Thank you. I mean, I think what I'm hearing very strongly is the need to balance regional presence of the Secretariat with the practical benefits of co-location. Right? I mean, there's a certain benefit to having the core staff of the Secretariat co-located. Now, our analysis has been that the 7 positions in Geneva plus 4 positions in regional locations is the right balance. But we are certainly open to other suggestions. If people feel that a different balance will be more appropriate, we are certainly open to that. I think what you'll see in the discussions tomorrow around the budget is we heard you loud and clear about probably more staggered recruitment of the eventual 11 people in the secretariat. And we'll get to those details tomorrow. But in terms of the location of the 7 positions, we could do a different balance. We could have 5 in Geneva and 6, or sorry, whatever the remaining regional. But we're open to that guidance from the board.
All right. So I want to close this session, but that should be discussed in the tomorrow's budget. But would you want to further information? Okay, Angela, floor is yours.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I understand that we want to rush because we have a long agenda, but I think this is very important for all of us, particularly because we want to deliver in our regions. So I would like to kindly ask to have sufficient time for this discussion. Of course, we will discuss this in relation to the budget, but I have a question to the Secretariat, if I may, Co-Chair. I just want to get some additional information. As I remember, you provide us some information in the last advisory board meeting in terms of what are the 4 offices that you are thinking. If you can remind us, and just to raise from my side and for the record of the meeting, as you remember, Panama was one of the main candidates for hosting the Santiago Network Secretariat, and we withdraw that nomination, considering that the only country who submit a proposal in writing was the government of Switzerland. But we just want to raise, or perhaps from my side, that we are really keen to see a regional office in Latin American region, particularly because most of the funds and financial entities are outside of Latin American region. So just to raise that and to reiterate, and considering that UNDRR already has a presence, and we need to take the advantage of the presence that we have from UNDRR in different regions, we do not want to see, all staff in Geneva, because it's going to be more difficult to keep in touch with them. And in reality, we want to see, some kind of close cooperation with the Secretariat and support that in terms of the preparation of the request of technical assistance. So in that sense, just to raise once again the main interest that we have in our region to see an office, at least in Panama, considering the advantage that we have with UNDRR presence there. But again, my question is, can you perhaps provide additional information in terms of how do you select these 4 regional offices? What criteria you use for that kind of evaluation, just to evaluate between us if that is the best way to move forward? I thank you.
Thank you. I ask Andrew after receiving the comments by Sarah, if you want. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I think this is a really helpful exchange because it does have implications for some of our conversations tomorrow, as well as direct implications for the Secretariat's work after this meeting. I guess I wanted to follow up with 2 questions. One is just to confirm, Andrew, from your previous comments, it sounds like, it is the recommendation or the assessment is that for a fully operational kind of Santiago network, 11 staff is what you think is appropriate, regardless of where those are located. So I just wanted to confirm that, because I know when we had to kind of originally engage with the proposal, it had been, 7 staff kind of in Geneva, and then this idea of regional officers was added. And so I just want to make sure we're kind of talking on the same page on that front. And then I guess my second question related to kind of the staggering approach. I do think that is very much in line with what I would suggest. But I am also curious if you could reflect on what the timeline for hiring often is. I know for these current positions, we are taking a slower timeline, considering we don't yet have the director in place. But also given the huge number of applicants, it seems like interest is not the limiting factor. And so how quickly you typically are able to bring staff on for these types of positions would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, the next one, ED or Rachid? Sorry, Rachid is first. Okay, Rachid, please.
Good morning, everybody. So me too, I want to congratulate Carolina for her appointment. I think that's is not the right time to discuss the issue raised by Angela, but if we come back to the process of selection of the secretariat, the city, so we decided that Geneva hosts the secretariat, but you remember very well that we have two candidate cities, Nairobi and Addis Ababa. Okay, and also I want to let you know that each COP, Africa puts on the table our special needs and circumstances, and I think that is we are talking about justice, climate justice for Africa, and I am in favor kind of balance between Geneva and regional representation. And I think that is the right decision that at least we have two program officers based in Nairobi and other cities in Africa.
Thank you, Edie.
Good morning, everyone. So I think this is my first time taking the floor also this morning. I will congratulate the director. I think we will need his expertise, and we know him in the process. And I think she can help a lot, maybe to operationalize the Santiago network and to make it maybe have a good taking account of what we are deciding here to be implemented very correctly and efficiently for the Santiago and the communities. So having said that, I think I can support the proposal coming from Rashid that Africa is a very big continent. We have more than 53 countries within the continent. 54 is Madagascar. 54 countries that if we want maybe to be all the needs coming from the continent can be taken account very correctly and very properly. I think if we have 4 regional offices, maybe we are asking to have maybe 2 regional located in Africa that can be have a very good distribution to work very closely with other countries and who will need maybe support coming from these regional offices. And we know that in Africa, we will have Francophone-speaking countries and English-speaking countries. So it can be a bit balanced if we have 2 regional offices that can allow those countries maybe to have their requests taken account very correctly and in a proper manner. So I fully support the idea coming from Rashid.
Thank you, Leona, and followed by Camila.
Thank you, co-chair. And since it's the first time I'm taking the floor, I want to chime in welcoming our new director. Very excited to have you on board as the first staff of the secretariat and in charge of leading the entire secretariat. I also want to join in the questions that were already asked, very important questions on this important matter. And I'm also happy to hear that we seem to be in agreement on not necessarily having a Geneva-heavy secretariat, that we want the secretariat to be lean and agile and efficient. And it leads me to think that we might also have to rethink the structure that we see on screen a little bit, with regards to the regional officers. It would be indeed interesting to hear either from the secretariat and from the colleagues in the room, which locations would be good to start with. I think in the past meetings, the number of 4 officers across the regions was the number that was discussed. So maybe let's think first about where these 4 officers could be located. And in addition to the question on timeline, I would want to hear from the Secretariat whether the 4 positions that you're now developing the terms of reference for, if this is still flexible enough to actually decide that these may be located elsewhere, that these tasks could be taken up by regional officers elsewhere. Thanks.
Camila.
Thank you, Akio, and thank you for letting me come back on this. As you can see, this is a topic that is quite dear to all of us members, and there's an important concern with making sure we're setting up a network that responds to the needs of developing countries across the globe. I just wanted to come in and ask, as these discussions on the 4 offices were made, and as Leona pointed out, we had discussions on the use of regional offices. There's, to my understanding, no decision on the number or the locations of those offices. So not quite sure that 4 was refers to an actual decision, but the advisory board would rather status quo of discussion. I believe, as Angela said, that there have been some groups that have nominated or asked for specific asks, in particular, as representative of SITS. We had mentioned our desire or the possibility to use the SPREP office in the Pacific, given as well the particular vulnerability of small islands, developing states, and the difficulties of small island countries accessing global networks. So, I mean, maybe today, I don't see us reaching a decision today on this, but I think it is quite clear that we will need further time discussing what this distribution would be or what these numbers would look like. So perhaps a way forward is to start setting up a process of maybe further discussion, or either now or intersessionally, how do we have as advisory board further discussion on this, so that we can come to more joint agreement on what that would look like, with your support from the Secretariat as well, in proposals is what could be feasible and done, and what would the timelines be able to do that. So the more actual concrete information on what can be done and which offices would be available and what that would mean, it would make it a lot easier for us to conduct these conversations and actually reach a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Arfa.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I think from what I've been hearing, there is a high expectation by members to see a strong regional presence that also reflect the diversity in terms of socioeconomic context, language barriers, etc. Hence, I definitely concur with what Rashid and Edie mentioned. I would have gone further and request three regions in Africa, because if you split the number of countries that are in Africa compared to the number of countries in other continents, we are 3 times more than other countries. So it will be one of the fair approach to addressing that, and particularly also in Africa, because we have 3 main languages. We have Arabic in the north, we have Francophone and Anglophone. But nevertheless, I think the discussion have shown the strong interest on having regional presence. Hence, I think moving forward, once this director is here, we need to have a frank conversation with her whether all these skilled people needs to be in Geneva, including the program official. I think this program official can make, to the extent possible, to the extent human possible, can even make around the region to make sure that the regional presence is definitely adequate and proportional to the needs of the region. So I agree that we need further discussion on that agenda item. I also think we need to have a good conversation with the director to see how flexible is she to reflect that, because it is a part of matter. Switzerland is expensive, very expensive, and that's one of the reasons when we were selecting Switzerland, I said it is a good representation. It is central, and there are skilled people there, but the cost effectiveness and the budget we have seen yesterday make it challenging. And I think we need also to be very pragmatic with a number of staffs, because 11 is very ambitious but never work. To be honest, this is a global thing, and imagine one regional officer have to handle 24 countries in Africa. How can he manage? So I think there are a lot of questions mark. Hence, we need to have a discussion on the regional and soon as possible to help the secretariat operationalize. But I think we need also to have further discussion with the director to see to which extent what is her vision on our regional presence. Thank you.
Thank you, Alpha. And Gideon.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair, and good morning, colleagues. I would also like to raise my voice to congratulate Carolina for this exciting position. And from the indigenous people fraternity, would like to support and congratulate you, and you count from our support to support you to fulfill your mandate. And with regards to the regional offices of the Santiago network, I would like to support all the members who have already spoke about the regional balance. We hope that the members at the secretariat will take into account the concern raised by the members from Africa, members from the Latin America, and also perhaps the regional balance also from the Asia. So I think it is a matter of challenging among ourselves to ensure that how can we make sure that all developing countries, developing countries, the regional balance for having these offices must have taken into considerations to make sure that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Tetet.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's nice to hear that, we're probably more or less in alignment with the need for regional offices, regional presence, and that we do not want to see a Geneva-heavy secretariat for the network. Apart from having regional offices, I would just like us to consider also the need to have sub-regional offices, because some regions cover huge areas. For instance, we have Asia Pacific that is really quite heavier on the Asia side and not so much on the Pacific side. So maybe that is something that we could consider. It's not just about selecting regions and countries, but also considering the actual need, if there are sub-regions, some countries that are not underserved in this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, you want to have the second hand. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the floor again, and apologies for coming back in. I mean, I do think that this has been a really interesting conversation. I think kind of my key takeaways are that we want some more information about how we can balance some of the desires for a regional presence with the need to have a lean and agile secretariat. And so I think the determination that we are shifting from Geneva-based staff to regional staff is to be determined based on our ability to make sure that the core functions of the Secretariat can be completed in a potential way where there's staff that aren't based in Geneva. So I think that is a point for further discussion still. I think that it's also important for us to perhaps have a further conversation about what we actually see regional staff doing. What is their actual role? I think I'm a little bit concerned about this idea of, oh, we need 3 staff here, we need 20 staff here. Well, what are those staff doing exactly? My understanding of why we wanted regional staff is because they could be a first kind of point of contact. And for reasons like time zones and familiarity with kind of context, it can be helpful to have someone that is from the region. There's obviously other benefits to having everyone co-located in a office and having a strong group work environment. So, I mean, I think that I just want to caution that, you know, we need to be a little pragmatic about what are these staff doing, you know, what is kind of the suitable number of them. I think that, you know, that gets back to the question of, is 11 the right number right now? I think that a few others have agreed with me that it seems like a lot when we don't actually have a technical assistance pipeline right now. And so without having kind of that incoming work, it's a little hard to justify having 11 people on payroll, even though I know there is a lot of work happening right now in the interim secretariat to get us set up, and I fully respect that. And that is a little different than what we were considering these staff doing, right? And so that's another consideration, and I recognize that. So just wanted to clarify that. And then I think also to Camila's point about how do we take this discussion forward is, I think, a very good point. And some of that will rely on more information about what are some of the options available to us. But I think some of that also will require us having a discussion about what does regional staff do. So just want to flag that and happy for the co-chairs to guide us on how we proceed here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to summarize.
Thank you, Akio. I also want to congratulate Carolina. We are very happy with the fact that she's from Latin American region, but also because she's a woman. We also want to support the comments on these regional offices, to support the comments made by Angela and also Gideon regarding the assurance of the regional balance, and looking to have the opportunity to continue discussing this also with the new director, and also looking forward to hearing the comments of the host. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to summarize the discussion. I acknowledge all members' support prioritization to the regional office as a mechanism of Santiago network from the Geneva-centered one. So, and there are diverse type areas of comments, including a number and allocation of regional officers and the process. Also the role of regional offices. So there are a lot of discussion we need. So I want to inform to consult with co-chair on how we could move forward. Of course, we need engagement with the new director to discuss this matter. So there is time to, I will get back to you on the way forward later during the meetings. Okay, by the way, I'd like to ask Andrew for the reflection.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I think you've already summarized quite a lot of the points, but just in response to some of the specific questions, and before I said, I mean, I do want to make the point that the current interim secretariat staff are completely overloaded, right? And I think that is, it's just a fact. So the fact that there are 11 positions in the current planning, I believe that those are going to be required, right? I mean, that's obviously for your decision, but judging by the fact that how many people are already overloaded and we haven't got a pipeline yet. So please keep that in mind as the discussions go forward. The 11 posts that have just been for planning purposes, so you're correct that no decisions have been made about numbers. I mean, that will depend on budget discussions tomorrow and the phasing. Also, Camilla, your point, I think we're in alignment. The locations and the numbers of any regional presence have not been agreed. What's been proposed of 4 has just been for planning purposes, and this is why we were wanting to have some discussion and get some more guidance from you today. There was a specific question on how long it takes for recruitment. We can do a recruitment for a fixed term position in about 4 months, but then that person doesn't start right away because they always, especially, you know, good candidates are always employed somewhere. And so how long it takes, it depends on what kind of leave time. So we kind of estimate around 6 months as a sort of rule of thumb. And that can vary a little bit, obviously. So overall, I think I would like to hand over also to Paula. So just a little bit more on because it did come up on the current thinking on the locations, but of course we're open to the further guidance from all of you.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair and Andrew. Yes. First of all, really, thank you very much for this initial guidance and reflections you have shared on the regional presence. I think it is extremely sound and the common understanding in terms of bearings related to minimizing cost, but also the possibility of reaching out for the staff located in the region to the different countries and partners in that region is extremely sound. At our end, what we can maybe share, although you might be already aware, is where our regional offices are, which is Nairobi, Bangkok, and Panama. We also have offices in Cairo and Brussels. So this is just for your further information. But of course, very much looking forward to the advisory board guidance, and we remain available to share any further information and to continue working with you over this important agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, if I just made, Akio, I realized there was one further point is, if I can remember what my one further point was, but the point that Carolina will be in place quite soon and will lead this discussion, and she will bring some experience and things to bear, which I think will be really important, and we will come back to you on this. What was really important is that we move ahead with the 2 positions that I said were they were advertised with specific location in Geneva. We need to move forward with Geneva-based positions for the senior operations person and the senior program officer. If not, we have to re-advertise for those positions. The other 4 that we have been planning for being based in Geneva could be relocated as we I mean, we could decide on other locations as we finalize the terms of reference. And we would like to do that, of course, in collaboration with Carolina.
Thank you very much. So we will get back on the way forward later. So now I'd like to close the session agenda item. So now I hand over to my co-chair for the next agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, co-chair. I'd like now to introduce agenda item 5, guidelines on preventing potential and addressing actual and perceived conflict of interest. As its second meeting, the advisory board provided feedback and suggestions on the draft presented by the UNFCCC secretariat and asked the UNFCCC secretariat to prepare a revised draft reflecting the suggested changes. Subsequently, the UNFCCC secretariat has revised the draft guidelines on preventing potential and addressing actual and perceived conflict of interest for review and approval by the advisory board in the document SNAB/2024/3/03. In this context, I will now request the UNFCCC secretariat to present an overview of the draft guidelines on behalf of the UNFCCC secretariat. Welcome, Gianluca. Please kindly present the key point from the guidelines.
Thank you, Co-Chair. We can have the presentation on the screen. Next. So I will walk you through today the main highlights and changes that have been done in this third iteration of the guideline, following the inputs received at the second meeting of the advisory board. The mandate for this work comes from paragraph 23 of decision 6 CMA5 endorsed in decision 2 CP28 that requested the UNFCCC secretariat to develop draft guidelines on preventing potential and addressing actual and perceived conflict of interest in relation to the Santiago network. Next. This is the current structure of this third version of the guidelines. The main changes are in the opening section, in the definitions, and in creating a standalone section on conflict of interest. And in section 4.1, a new section has been added to reflect provisions on preventing potential conflicts of interest of the host, as it was requested. Next. So in terms of the definition of conflict of interest, it is now reflecting that is any personal or financial interest which could impair the objectivity in carrying out duties and the responsibility in the interest of the Santiago network, or create an unfair advantage for a covered entity or an expert. So in this case, the definition clarifies that is only personal or financial interest. Next one. The section on conflict of interest as details some possible situation where a conflict of interest may exist. And obviously, these are some situations and is not a comprehensive list. In particular, point A has been added, that is when the host receives an unfair advantage as a consequence of hosting the secretariat. B and C are the scenarios that are in the COP-CMA decision. So B is when the secretariat is in a circumstance or as an interest which could impair its ability to carry out its duties and responsibilities in the interest of the Santiago network. including when the host is responding as a member to technical assistance request. So this is the situation when the host is offering to respond to a technical assistance request, and the secretariat hosted by the host will be required to make the assessment. Point C is when members are in a circumstance or have an interest which could impair the ability to carry out their duties and responsibilities. So that creates an unfair advantage, including when members are providing technical support to the Santiago Network Secretariat, for example, developing terms of reference for a technical assistance project, and at the same time are offering to respond to the same technical assistance as OBNEs, as members to the network. Point E is for advisory board members and representatives, and reflects the provisions in the current version of the rules of procedures of the advisory board. Lastly, the section includes a general requirement for any covered entity of experts that should disclose to the Conflict of Interest Committee. I'll come back to this in the following slides. Any potential actual and perceived conflicts of interest. Next. So this section on preventing conflict of interest for the host recalls some provisions from the MOU between the governing body or bodies and the host. For example, that the host shall implement the conflict of interest guidelines. The secretariat will be hosted as a dedicated secretariat. There are paragraphs reflecting the process for the appointment of the director of the Santiago Network Secretariat process, and the need to report to the board on the process followed. Accountability and reporting lines of the directors, reflecting relevant decisions of the governing bodies. General requirement that is stated in the MOU with the host to provide periodic updates on matters relating to the secretariat. And lastly, there is the ineligibility for the host to apply or to offer to provide technical assistance in relation to demand where the host has provided technical support to the secretariat in relation to the same country. Next. For the secretariat, we have inserted again the provisions on the fact that the secretariat will discharge their functions only in the interest of the Santiago Network. The requirement to have technologies to ensure confidentialities of the documents of the secretariat with regard to the host. The fact that the personnel of the secretariat will have a separate reporting line separate from the host. The expectation that the guidelines for technical assistance will have a dedicated process that the secretariat will follow when among the applicants for a technical assistance request there is the host, in order to assure the impartiality and objectivity of the assessment and selection of the member to deliver the technical assistance. Next one. For the members, members will be required to commit and comply with these guidelines. We have restricted the fact that members providing technical support to the secretariat for a specific request for technical assistance will not be eligible to respond to the same request for technical assistance. This is not new. The last 2 points are indeed new and clarify some discussions at the second meeting. So members providing support to the secretariat for the production and dissemination of knowledge products may offer to respond to technical assistance requests without any limitation. And lastly, members supporting proponents in developing a technical assistance request are eligible to offer to respond to the same technical assistance. Next one. For members or representatives of the board, there is no difference compared to the previous versions. The guidelines recall the relevant provisions of the rules of procedure of the advisory board. Next one. Here, it is the section that has been more substantially changed from the previous version. Following the request from the advisory board, the secretariat is now proposing the establishment of a conflict of interest committee that will provide guidance to the advisory board in addressing actual and perceived conflict of interest. The committee will be established by the advisory board in accordance with its rules of procedure for the establishment of committees and working groups. The committee will operate under the authority and direction of the advisory board and shall report to the advisory board on its activities. In particular, the committee will consider all issues related to conflict of interest and will oversee the implementation of these guidelines, including by providing recommendations to the advisory board as required. It is proposed that the committee will comprise of 4 or 6 members appointed by the advisory board amongst its members for a term of 1 year, and the committee will then elect a chair to guide its work. The conduct of business of the committee will follow the rules of procedure of the advisory board that will apply mutatis mutandis, so as applicable. In particular, the committee will review the disclosure of potential actual and perceived conflict of interest made by the covered entities and experts, and any alleged violation of this guideline that can be communicated to it. Next one. In terms of the possible actions that the committee may take upon formally establishing that a breach to these guidelines has indeed taken place. These are the 3 possible but not exclusive actions. Formal warnings to the covered entity or expert concerned, an instruction to the covered entity or expert concerned to remedy to the breach, or a recommendation to the advisory board to address the breach in case all the relevant information. In this case, all the relevant information will be provided to the advisory board to guide its action. A covered entity or expert against whom action has been taken by the committee, so only for A and B above, so formal warning or an instruction to remedy the breach. In these cases, the entity or expert concerned can appeal that action to the board. Next. There's no major changes in terms of accountabilities for overseeing and implementing the guidelines. Same next for the last section on review and amendments. Next. Thank you very much, and be here to address your questions. In terms of for the conflict of interest committee, the structure, functions, and composition draws heavily from the GCF policy on ethics and conflict of interest. Thanks.
Thank you, Gianluca, for your presentation. And now we'd like to open the floor for comments. Stella, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, co-chair. And as it's the first time I'm also taking the floor at this meeting, I would also like to congratulate our new director and look forward to working with her soon. And to the point on the agenda, thank you very much to you, Gianluca, to the secretariat for preparing those guidelines and for working on them since our last meeting, also incorporating the new sections and some of the comments. I have some comments or questions maybe for clarifying a little bit more the content of the guidelines. Firstly, on the section 3.12, which speaks to the kind of preventing the potential conflict of interest of the secretariat. It just for the sake of clarity of reading of this document, it seems like there's some paragraphs in it that speak to a general structure or functions of the secretariat or its staff, and they may be what is still left from the previous version, because for the moment, the way it reads, there is a mix of kind of general paragraphs that do explain what the secretariat's role is, and those paragraphs that speak specifically to the situations of conflict of interest and what should be done to prevent it. So my question is more, is it, for the clarity of document, is it better to have those sections, those paragraphs mixed in together, or taking them out somewhere else at the top to explain, or simply deleting them just to have this document really focusing on the core of what the guidelines should be? My second comment or question was regarding to the part of the preventing of conflict of interest of members. And it seems there are very specific provisions on what members should be disclosing to prevent the conflict of interest. And I'm just wondering if what will be the communication to the members around that? Is this already aligned with the guidelines we have approved on the designation of OB&Es? Do we need to update that? Do we need to make sure that there's consistent? I mean, we do need to make sure there's consistency between the different guidelines, but I'm just wondering if that is already somewhere provided for, and maybe it's a broader question to the secretariat, or just a reminder to us that we need to ensure this consistency. And my last comment is around the new section around the actual addressing a conflict of interest and the committee that is being set up. So the committee will be responding to and taking guidance from the advisory board, but it also can look at the situation of the conflict of interest when members of advisory board can be concerned. If that is not my understanding, because I was thinking that this is also the case because the covered entities also cover members of the advisory board. So there needs to be maybe clarification on that point, because that is actually a situation for a potential conflict of interest as well. And if that was the case, perhaps we needed to exclude the advisory board members from that part, or have some safeguards. So thank you for clarifying that. Thanks.
Thank you, Stella. Sarah, you have the floor, followed by Leona, and then myself.
Thank you. First, let me just say thank you for all the work to iterate on this conflict of interest. I do think it is significantly improved and much clearer, so appreciate that. I'm also pleased to see the revisions from the version we discussed in July that now allow members that supported proponents seeking technical assistance in preparing those requests to also respond to those. And I just wanted to say that on mic to make sure that everyone was aware of those changes. And those are paragraph 38 and 41. And I think that allowing OB&Es to have that opportunity and to then make sure that it's just clearly stated in their proposals that they did provide support for development of those requests is really helpful. Um, from my perspective, I really only have two outstanding issues, and they are more around language. The first is the use of shall throughout. I think there's 8 instances where shall is used, but elsewhere we do use less strict or constraining language like will. And so I guess one question is whether we can edit those uses of shall to use language like will. The second issue is some of the very, I guess, strict and legalistic terms around breaches and violations for what is kind of like a non-binding guideline, these non-legally binding guidelines. And so whether rather than using that language around breaches and violations, it would be more appropriate to use just like actual or perceived conflicts of interest. So I don't think those edit or modify the intent or the content, which I think I support, but would add comfort in addressing some of those legalistic terms. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Leona, you have the floor.
Thank you, co-chair, and especially thanks to Gianluca for the presentation and revising the document. I think we're now indeed very close to finalizing it and finally having our guidelines to prevent conflict of interest and address conflict of interest. I'm in agreement with the document overall. I think it's worth pointing out, and we started discussing this yesterday and will continue during our meeting now, that there is a link between the guidelines for preventing conflict of interest and the need to have somewhat clearer criteria for the selection of suitable OBNEs per a technical assistance request. Only as an example, referring to number 15 in the document, where the document speaks about the host being engaged in responding, or a host, one of the host organizations being engaged in responding to technical assistance requests, which should absolutely be possible. But then, of course, we need criteria to see that they had comparable advantage or comparative advantage. With regards to the committee that is proposed, I think that's very helpful, because previously in the previous versions we had somewhat of a black box on how to address conflict of interest. Now this committee is proposed. There's still the question of how many members of us should be part of it. I think in my view, 4 members should suffice, because otherwise it's already almost half of the group. I'm also asking myself whether the committee absolutely needs a chair if it's only 4 people, but I'm standing guided by my colleagues and their experience with similar bodies and what works best. And I would also like to see clarification on whether the committee would be in charge also of detecting the conflict of interest or potential conflict of interest situations, or only dealing with it once it's brought to the committee's attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Leona. I do have some question as well. I will start by thanking you, Gianluca, for the revised version, and particularly addressing some of the comments that are mentioned at the last meeting. For instance, issues related to the separation of reporting line between the network and the host. I just want to seek confirmation by you. I have the first point is related to the independence of the network mandate from the host institution. So there was a proposal that we should ensure that the director, personnel of the secretariat and advisory board adhere to the network mandates. So the adherence to the mandate is definitely important. And I also think that the definition and terminology needs some revision, as indicated by some colleagues, among other. Stella, I think the use of covert individual, covert entities, as well as experts, as individuals who are all OBMEs, might be source of misinterpretation. Hence, there should be a use of existing terminology that do not create new terms or maintain simplicity to avoid unintended gaps in its application. And as far as the committee is concerned, I also welcome the proposal, which provides more clarity on terms of way forward. I'm flexible of not having a procedural nomination of a chair, and the group can, after deliberation, can choose someone who can more eloquently and understandably provide or present their deliberation will be fine. However, I tend to have 6 members for the simple reason this is a deliberation, and if decision has to be taken, this decision has to be less ambiguous, and I think having 6 people brings more balance in terms of having different source of input and version of interpretation of the issue at hand. So I'm in favor of having 6 people. So I will stop there. Thank you. So I see Camila and Andrew, but I guess Andrew is a legacy flag. So if you allow, Gianluca, I will give the floor also to Camila so that you can respond. Tete, sorry. Yesterday's happened. I haven't. Sorry, I will be looking. I will be very. So I think Camila, followed by Tete, then you have the floor. Thank you, Camila. You have the floor.
Thank you, co-chair, and thank you, Gianluca. I think this has been quite a ride in going through the different iterations of this document, and it also in line with the fact that that it has been one of the issues that parties identified. I think originally, even in the selection of the host, and making sure that we're setting up a transparent process. So that everyone is an understanding of what their roles are and what their expectations are to be met. I also feel that we've advanced quite a lot in this document. I thought of coming in, having been as well part of the group working on the rules of procedure, and then to reflect on this issue of the committee, as some of the comments were made. And I wondered, like, I think I understand the role that it's playing. I was wondering, because the rules of procedures do not speak of chairs or elections, if that level of detail is needed here, or if we could just have sort of say the number of members and maybe just have that they will draft their terms of reference, and perhaps simplify the language there and might make it easier. And then, of course, the AB will approve or adopt the terms of reference of the committee, and that may allow as well to finalize this document here, to adopt it, because it's very important, while also giving us more flexibility on final, and we can nominate the committee and the committee will do that work. Because as well, in thinking on it, and perhaps in my experience in different boards and groups, I would actually tend to favor more of a 4 people, because this is a 14-member board, 17 if you count representatives. Is quite small. This will presumably not be the only committee or a subgroup of working group that we set up. So just thinking of the reality of availability of intersessional work, and also thinking that any decision, I mean, it would come to the board anyways. That's how these things tend to tend to work. So I would personally favor a leaner that might be able to sort of work and meet and bring recommendations to the board more promptly, because the more it grows, usually we tend to have issues with quorum and participation, but also not a strong position on that. But I do think that if what we do is task it to draft its own terms of reference, and then those will be approved by the board, we can just simplify the language and hopefully have a decision on this here, and then eventually have further discussions on the role of the committee when we review its terms of reference.
Luca, you have the floor to react on the questions. Sorry. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, my favorite co-chair. Now, first, I'd like to congratulate the secretariat. Joining the choir, we're quite happy with the significant advancement and improvement in this iteration. But perhaps just some quick points from me. Regarding establishing the committee, we also feel that we have to keep it to a manageable level. We don't want to over-concentrate everyone in this body of work. So maybe 4 would be a good number. We also see the need to ensure the coherence, no, with the rules of procedures, given what the implications of the proposals in this iteration would be. And my third point would be a question, because I'm not a lawyer. I don't really understand all of these legalistic terms. No, but is there a provision, or have you expounded on preventing conflicts of interest for members to also include preventing situations such as the over-concentration of the provision and delivery of technical assistance by specific OBNEs? Because I remember we've had some discussion that, there's no limit to the number of applications or submissions that OBNEs can do. How do we prevent that situation that there could be an over-concentration to some specific OBNEs, especially those big organizations? Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Gianluca, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for your insightful comments. I will start with Stella's proposal to deal with those paragraphs that repeat functions or generic roles of the secretariat. Your proposal was to move it in a separate place or to delete it. I will be in your hands and follow your guidance on how to deal with it. On the other point, on the members' disclosure, exactly. This is linked to the comment by Leona, that we need to assess what implications for the other guidelines there are from the conflict of interest guidelines. And this include the disclosure at the moment of being assigned technical assistance. It will also include the process for or the criteria for selection when among the applicants there is the host. The secretary can make an assessment after this meeting of after this session of all other guidelines that would need to be that will need to reflect the guidelines. On the definition, I agree with the comment, and after reflection, actually in my presentation, I was not referring anymore to covered individuals because it was a mistake. Our proposal would be to define experts, and so instead, replacing covered individuals by experts, that would be the experts members to the network. So excluding the members representatives to the board, which don't belong to the definition, and so that that would be excluded by any reference to the work of the conflict of interest committee. That was an oversight. Language shall and will, I will review and adjust. I might suggest to keep shall only when is a recalling of a MOU whereby the host has a shall requirement, but I will change all the others will. And also, if the advisory board agrees, I will also replace breaches and violation with the proposed language. Something can be done relatively quickly. For the composition of the committee, we are in your hand. If you prefer 4 or 6, it will be, if you make a decision during this session, I can in the next iteration during this meeting, I can update the number. Detecting, so if the role of the committee is only to receive the disclosure by covered entities and experts, or also detect violation or detect conflict of interest on its own, it will be ultimately your decision. But if this is your request, I will also include the possibility for the committee to identify conflict of interest on its own. Won't harm. And then I think I've addressed all. Okay, the question on the over concentration by data is included in paragraph 28, which is the recalling paragraph 28. There's the reference to the over concentration, and this paragraph recalls a relevant provision of a COP CMA decision, paragraph 28 in the current 29. Okay, sorry, 29. And yes, and in terms of the coherence with the rules of procedures, we will address the issue of the covered individuals, so that members and representatives will not be won't be required to make disclosure to the committee, which is the main divergence with the rules of procedures. Thanks. That will be addressed.
So I think thank you, Gianluca, first for your explanation and for your assurance that you can quickly address the comments made. I think there is one outstanding issue which is related to the number of members of the committee. We will try to discuss offline and then revert to you so that you can revise the document. You want to take the floor again?
No, sorry, I forgot Camilla's comment. Sorry about that. About another possible approach would be, as you were suggesting, to simplify the provisions, the paragraphs on the roles and functions of the conflict of interest committee, and leaving it to the board or to the committee itself to write its own terms of reference. Again, we are in your hands to follow either of those two approaches.
Thank you, Gianluca. Idi.
That was just the point related to the committee. So we don't need it to be more a bit heavy or to simplify the committee, but we are dealing here with technical assistance, not eligibility for project to be funded. Or I think we need it to be more simple and light. We know what is going, how other fund board also, the adaptation fund board or the executive board of the CDM, how they are dealing with the conflict of interest, how you know when the project or the project they are going to to work for approval, they will tell you maybe 1 or 2 weeks before the meeting, and when the meeting come, they tell you when the time to leave the room or to be offline. They advise. So I think the process need to be very light. This is not dealing with a very with the project. It's only for technical assistance needs. I think we must simplify the process, and even the committee we need to have very simple process for that. And when hearing intervention, when reading the document, I think we need to be more practical and within the process, I think.
Thank you, Edie. I think one observer want to take the floor. Can you please introduce yourself and the organization you affiliate to before you take the floor? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Andrea Carmen. I represent the International Indian Treaty Council, which has affiliates from indigenous peoples from 5 regions. Also, I am the designated alternate from the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on Climate Change here in support of my colleague Gideon Sanango. I would just like to make a couple comments in support of his position regarding the regional secretariat. I know we've moved to another area, but I think it's directly relevant to the comments I'm going to make, and also to support our colleague from the Women and Gender constituency regarding the role of the OBNEs and not concentrating too much involvement or an over-involvement of certain very large organizations. And I'm saying this in regard to a piece of work we're also doing right now, due tomorrow, by being carried out by the UN Environment Program regarding the role of conservation funders and intermediaries. And we conducted a consultation online in July of Indigenous peoples from all 7 socioeconomic regions. We received responses representing 722 distinct Indigenous peoples organizations and Indigenous peoples traditional governments from all regions in 5 languages. And one of the things that was greatly flagged there was the lack of transparency regarding funding associated with conservation activities. And many of the same large organizations and funders are directly involved in climate change mitigation in relation to conservation. I think 76% of the respondents said that either they were not informed at all of the sources of funding for these conservation projects, many of which are violating rights of Indigenous peoples in their homelands, are being carried out without their free prior informed consent. And that included 16% that said they didn't know whether they had been informed or not, and 60% that definitely affirmed they had not been informed. So transparency regarding the role and the intent of funding that will be provided, including through the Santiago network, which I think is very positive potential. That's why we're participating and supporting this process as best that we can, is important. But also I agree to not concentrate the role of large conservation funders and large conservation organizations that are also involved in mitigation, adaptation, and aversion of climate change, that we also consider the direct support for Indigenous peoples that are working on the ground and other potentially marginalized entities, even though we don't like to consider ourselves marginalized, we consider ourselves as rights holders and peoples with a tremendous amount of knowledge and expertise that can be added to this process and program. And just a last comment regarding the role of the regional work. We had talked last time about also emphasizing cross-regional expertise sharing. For example, desert farmers, and we now have the United Arab Emirates that said that they want to participate in such an exchange of knowledge with desert farmers from Arizona and Mexico, as well as Africa. And these kinds of cross-regional ecosystem-based sharing of expertise, we would like not to have that be lost as a potential very rich source of expertise sharing with an emphasis on, which we also support, a regional based implementation. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is well taken, your point, and I think you can also bring some of the points, particularly on the on the concentration in the discussion on the guidelines to response to technical assistance. So I think no one want to take the floor. Gianluca has enough information to update the document except the issue related to the committee member, but we'll sort it out and communicate to you. So having said that, this agenda item is closed and we go for 15-minute break. So we come here at 11:30. Thank you.
Hello. Now we'd like to resume the session. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Could you kindly back to seat? Okay, now I return to agenda item 6, rules of procedure for the advisory board. In accordance with decision 12/CMA4, endorsed in decision 11/CP.27 and 6/CMA.5, endorsed in decision 2/CP.28, advisory board was requested to develop its draft rules of procedure with a view to recommending them through the subsidiary bodies at their 61st sessions to be held in November 2024. During the second meeting of the advisory board, the working group on the rules of procedure established in the first advisory board meeting presented an update of their work and proposed further intersessional work and successive engagement with the full advisory board. I'd like to express my sincere thanks to Angela, Camila, Sierra, Stella, Samuel, and Tete for working intersessionally to prepare the draft rules of procedure as contained in document SNAB/2024/3/05. Now I'd like to invite Sierra on behalf of the working group to present an overview of the draft rules of procedures. Now, Sierra, you take the floor. May I ask you to overview? Thank you.
Sure. I will be brief since I trust you all received the document and it essentially builds out the outline that we previously agreed on. I will say that when we prepared this draft for your consideration, we did look very carefully at the other existing rules of procedures for UNFCCC constituted bodies and drew on those for inspiration. And so a lot of the language in our rules of procedure are either from previous decision language or from rules of procedures from other bodies. And so if there are questions about some of the specific provisions, I think for most of them, we can point you to kind of similar provisions that we drew inspiration from. So I will conclude with that unless there are others from our drafting group that wanted to add any additional specific details. But I think for the most part, the rules of procedure speak for themselves, and we're happy to respond to any questions that folks may have.
Thank you very much. Other drafting members have some supplementary comment? If not, thank you very much. So now I'd like to open the floor for comments from members. I see Alpha. You take the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and I'd like to associate myself with the expression of gratitude you show towards the group, the committee, and we are very grateful that we are having this document being shared early enough for us to review it and hopefully to approve it at this meeting, since it is a critical document for our operationalization. Having said that, I have some comment and I'm seeking some clarification. I will be specific in my comments. The first on paragraph 9. So I suggest to add representatives so that it's clear what's happened if there is an issue. Paragraph 10. As you know, this is a big discussion in the Loss and Damage Fund. Who nominates constituencies or something like or group of parties or even entities that are not governmental, like integration group. So my specific request will be on paragraph 9, which I think it is the right procedure through constituencies and group. So I think we should just align paragraph 10 with that, or we strike it out. Let's see. I think if you have a specific reference, it doesn't matter. It's only a request to ensure that the right procedures for nomination are kept. On paragraph 13, I think it needs to be explicit that there must be a developing countries and a developed country share. That was agreed at the first meeting, but it's not reflected in the rule of procedures. And on paragraph 14, I think also the developed and developing country split as per para 13 should be reflected. So we always have one co-share from both sides, developing and developed countries. And lastly, paragraph 34, I think we have seen, and for your information, when I was at the Loss and Damage Fund meeting, the Santiago network was often presented by civil society as the high standard of engagement in terms of civil society engagement. And I think we are setting the bar high, and we should live up to our standards, meaning that I suggest adding notice also to observers with a corresponding definition in the definition section. But also the main thing is to ensure that all relevant stakeholders will be notified if there are changes to schedule or additional meeting of the advisory board. So far from my end, and thank you again for the hard work and the high quality document that you produce. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So ask Sierra to respond if you have.
Yeah, thank you for those comments, Alpha, and thank you for the opportunity to respond to those. On paragraph 9, I suspect that adding representatives would not be an issue there. I think we did go through some iterations of how to include them in that paragraph. And I think it was more of just concerns about what is the process that representatives have for being elected and nominated. It wasn't an intention to have a different process for them with respect to this board. On paragraph 10, this is drawn from PIKE, the Paris Agreement, and now I'm going to forget the acronym, Compliance Committee. Jean-Luc is looking at me like I'm wrong, but they have a similar provision in their rules of procedure. And the reason that our drafting group felt strongly about including this is because in the course of life, people do have to take a leave of absence from work at times. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they should lose their position on the board, if, right, that is not a permanent change in position. And I know for myself personally, having to go on maternity leave last year, I could not participate in the XCOM, and it was quite challenging to work around their current rules of procedure. And so this would make it a simpler process for when those circumstances arise to participate fully in the group. On paragraph 13, on whether to specify the co-chairs need to come from a developed and developing country, we discussed within our group whether that would be appropriate to include. We could not agree within our drafting group to adding that language. And so what you have on in front of you is kind of what we were able to reach consensus on within our drafting group. On paragraph 34, I note the request to add observers. I don't think within our drafting group that would be an issue, but would be happy to have advisory board members come in to speak to that as well. That's, I think, all your questions.
Thank you, Sierra. And I will see the Gideon followed by Stella.
Yeah, thank you, Coach. The paragraph 49, 49 of these documents. Yes, it talks about the voting processes. And I am very much concerned about this. And I've tried to seek some clarifications on why the representatives do not vote. Yes, I'm aware that it is the sham decisions, but I think I'm just trying to think around the genesis of this exclusion, because if we are at all sitting in the same table discussing about documents, discussing about all decisions, but in a scenario where the consensus might not be reached, and now maybe it requires voting, the representatives were excluded from making decision. So I think maybe it is out of the mandate of the advisory board to make representative to do voting. But I think I propose if we have a language, a sort of a proposal from the advisory board for COP to do amendment to allow representatives to vote. It is my humble submission that representatives should vote, same as we are participating on decision-making processes, contributing. And this is one of the distinct UN mechanism, very unique, the Santiago network, bringing the non-state actors, such as me from the indigenous people constituency, the gender, the children, into the same tables with parties. And for your information, we have been, sharing these best practices to other UN mechanisms to influence and to try to make sure that other mechanisms could borrow the best practices from the Santiago network. The other second issue that I would like to raise is about the alternates. The rule of procedure talks completely nothing about the alternates. And in a scenario where most of us from indigenous people who cannot even access internet, so the other online meeting, for example, the virtual meeting, if I cannot be able to attend, and perhaps the virtual meeting I cannot be able to attend, how can we address the issue around the alternates? So I think this is one of the issues that I think we need to take into considerations. And if it is the decision from the COPs, we can propose the language to be adopted in the next COP to allow voting, the right to vote, but also to have the alternates from the board members. So I just raised this for the sake of records. I've tried to reach out to some of friends and colleagues, and I think it has to be considered, it has to be formally considered. Is my humble submission that these issues that I have raised have to be taken into consideration.
Thank you, Gideon. Sorry, thank you very much. On your second comment, do you mention about the issue of internet connection or alternate issue? Alternate issue. Okay, all right. Yes, your comment is well taken. And now see the back by Stella, floor is yours, and followed by Samir.
Yes, thank you so much, co-chair, and thank you, Sierra, for presenting the work that that was done by the small group. And I'm also really happy that we have this document in front of us, and we can adopt it at this meeting. I think it's a really good paper. As Sierra has presented it, it looks at the terms of reference of a number of bodies. It really draws on the best elements from those terms of reference and those that are most applicable. And it also has, I think, some very specific sections and that refer to the work of this body. And I'm really actually very happy to see the section that speaks also to intersessional work that we have in the rules of procedure, which will allow us to advance the work and make decisions in that context as well. And we have seen, especially this year, how important that is when we have a lot of work to do and a lot of decisions to take. So I think all in all, it's a good balance that we were able to strike, but we can always improve it through the comments of colleagues at this meeting. And just some reactions on that, I think to the comments that Alpha has made on paragraph 9 and paragraph 34 with relation to, in the first instance, adding the representative, and in the second instance to also send notifications to observers. I think these are very much welcome, and I agree with Sierra's response that we, at least from my part, I wouldn't see any issue with that. On chairing, so the para 13, we have looked at the terms of references of bodies that have regional composition, such as the Santiago Network Advisory Board. For instance, the PCCB has that provision, and it doesn't go into the details. And we have been actually discussing this in the small group and checking with colleagues who sit on the PCCB, who said there is just an understanding that there is a fair balance in distributing the chairing positions over time, but it's not specified. And I would not be in favor of bringing the differentiation between developed and developing countries into the chairing, while it is not in the way that the Santiago network has been set up in the decisions. And I think we could simply work with the language that we have and follow the similar regionally based bodies. On para 10, I think I would like to support what Sierra has presented. I think it's a very specific case, and perhaps not all terms of references of other bodies have that provision, and it can just make our lives much simpler if there is this temporary situation. So I think let's not delete that provision, because it actually adds value to our terms of reference. And on the comments made by Gideon on the voting, these are coming, of course, as you said, directly from the Sharm decision. So we cannot kind of overrule the decisions that were made by the parties in the CMA and COP. But we try to make sure that we also follow the decision in a way that, of course, the representatives are very important part of the advisory board, and they bring a lot of valuable inputs. And it's actually the beauty of the advisory board that we have representatives, which many antibodies don't have. So and it is foreseen in the decision, and it is foreseen in our rules of procedure that representatives take part in the deliberations, and that those views are taken into account. And ideally, we wouldn't have voting. Ideally, we would be a consensus-based body, which is the case for some of the other bodies, such as the EXCOM. And we have quite a lot of provisions in the rules of procedure that speak to the ways in which we would find consensus and ensure that there is a consensus, so that this voting would be really in the last resort. And hopefully that could bring also some additional comfort to those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. And Samuel, you take over.
Thank you. And this is my first time speaking in this meeting today. So I'd like to extend congratulations to the DG of the SN, and would like to thank the co-chairs as well for taking us through this path. I would also like to echo most of the concerns raised earlier and current concerns raised by Gideon. I am part of the groups working on the rules of procedure, and I know a lot of work has gone into these documents, and definitely there has been a lot of deliberations and even meetings to arrive at these documents, which is very, very important to guide and aid the facilitation process of the Santiago network. For the representative, just like Gideon raised, is also a concern that I've raised for over time about the decision-making process. And I understand that there is already a test about decision-making process of the Santiago network, which gives more attention to members rather than representatives. And I was looking at the scenario whereby when a consensus cannot be achieved, and even when voting cannot be also achieved, a scenario whereby representatives can be considered in the process of obtaining a vote to make a decision in a scenario whereby all options have been exhausted. That is the area I considered in that process, and this could also be raised as well as a proposal which can be raised during COP for consideration. And another area I would like to point out, which was something that we discussed and I thought it was expunged, but then I saw it here as well, which is in paragraph 4. In the paragraph 4, it talks about the nomination process and also differentiations between the representatives to an extent, not elaboratively, and the board members. And I'll make reference to paragraph 49 that explicitly said that representatives do not vote. Part of what we looked at was the use of the terms and the choice of that word, do not vote. And we concluded that instead make reference to paragraph 4, citing the decision test of the CMA that contained that the representative may actively participate instead of using the word do not vote, because we feel we already know to an extent that these are decisions that have already been made, but bringing it up again, why not make reference? And it was agreed that the reference should be made. But putting it here, it means you are already telling us that our participation we are just, you know what they call figurehead. We are just sitting at the table and then nothing matters. And I feel that is how every other person who definitely is being invited to an occasion and then just comes and answers present and goes without actually affecting any decision-making process feels. That is how I feel, because this was raised and I brought up this attention again. And even when they cleaned the document, I saw this and I raised it and I was told it's going to reflect as a reference, but then it's still here. So it's more like telling us that, because if representatives actually matter or don't really matter, then I don't think, like Gideon mentioned some time ago, I don't think that we would be here. I think definitely the interests of everybody, since we have the African group, developed countries, they could cover the interests of even the CSOs. I don't think there will be need for us to be here. I don't think there will be need for us to look into best practices. I don't think there will be need for us to start looking into the knowledge of indigenous people. I don't think there will be need for us to start considering gender and climate, or the roles of children and youth in addressing climate action or leading climate actions as regards to best practices. So this is more like an appeal and also calling our attention to this, to the use of tests. Because for the UNFCCC and even in the UN process, testing, contextual framework or contextual processes or procedures to things really matters. And when you interpret words, you interpret them based on the text and not just based on the word on how it means, but the text that comes first before looking into the actual meaning. And this do not vote, I feel, is a little bit, is somehow discriminatory to the representatives. I stress this and I'm stressing it. I've raised this concern over and over again, and I'm still raising it. If the network does not welcome us, then it's good we are notified on time to tell us that we are just observers, because they are counting on us. People that selected us, that went through the election process and nominated us into this, they are counting on us. They need our feedback. They want to make sure that their demands, their voices are heard in the Santiago network. And in a scenario whereby we are being impaired to do that, that means our participation is likewise irrelevant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next one is Alpha. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Just to indicate that you do matters. So, and I think except the issue of voting, if someone comes here in, will never have a feeling you are from a constituency or you are not a member. So without having insight. So we very much value your voice, and you matter a lot. And hence, there are also observers outside, so we could have said we can stick on the true representative. So I think this is an innovative feature of the Santiago network, and we will very much defend that the inclusivity, the focus on most vulnerable communities, people, and the different grouping that are critical for successful climate actions participate in the discussion. And on the request you made, I think that is at the disposal of the board to take action on that. I will not comment on the point, but I wanted to come back on the 10. So perhaps I did not express myself. The issue about the sentence in the 10, I think we can keep it, but I wanted to be consistent with the 9. So it is the nomination process that is laid out in the 10 that is actually sensitive. People are nominated by constituencies and not by parties. So if myself is not available, I cannot nominate someone from Guinea because I'm being put here by the Africa group. So that's the point that I wanted to make. So we need to be consistent on that. It becomes more critical when you come to the GCF, to the loss and damage fund, but that's another story. And that's what I wanted to say. It's not explicitly, but to be consistent throughout the document, and particularly on very obvious nomination process that are clear. So thank you for the for the consideration of the other input I made. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. And I see the Tetet.
Thank you very much, Chair. And proud to say that I'm part of the working group that worked intersessionally to bring us to where we are right now. Of course, if we had more time, I'm sure we could have exhausted all other remaining comments, but unfortunately, we did not have that luxury anymore. So I would be making some comments despite the fact that we collectively worked on that document, no? First, I would support the position or the view that we need to make things explicit. And that would apply also to the sharing arrangements, that there should be a mention of developed and developing country representatives, even though, as Stella mentioned, it's an understanding, no? It's an unspoken understanding in the PCCB that there is that distinction. But I think we need to be explicit because we don't want to end up in a situation where you have two co-chairs coming from developed countries or two co-chairs coming from developing countries. We need to ensure that balance and not leave it to an understanding. Yeah. I also have some comments around the agenda and documentation for meetings, which I feel are still missing the observer element. No, particularly around the need for meeting documents to be posted on the website on the same day that they are released to the advisory board members, except for those documents that we classify as confidential. No, I think this is a good practice that we can learn from the fund. I think it can be adopted to the Santiago network as well. Another comment regarding the working language, and I do understand that it would have cost implications if we aspire to be, really multilingual, taking into consideration the need for different UN languages. But perhaps we can consider an option for translating certain documents that would be critical, for a broader understanding. Um, I'm glad that we have webcasting now, so I will not talk to that matter anymore. Regarding the intersessional decision making, it's good that we are in the initial stages of developing our rules on that. Perhaps we could also consider discussing, no, what would be the limits or boundaries of the intersessional decision making, because I feel if we put all the substantive agenda items of substantive decision making for intersessional discussions and decisions, that could greatly prejudice, certain constituencies and members. Gideon already mentioned, what if I don't have internet access? What if the time zone is so not friendly, no, not considerate? That those things could greatly limit our discussions or our ability to participate substantively in those decision making. Yeah, I think those are some of the points that I would like to raise. But of course, we do have already some very good practice about how representatives are engaging and participating actively in the deliberations. We could try to push the bar even more, but we do have to recognize the limits, no, of how much we can push the envelope on those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Before giving floor to Sierra, who is drafting member, but I'll have a short response. Thank you.
Two questions, two short questions. First, on the quorum, I think 11 is very ambitious, and I guess I can understand the spirit that all members have to be here. But we also face that some constituency Eastern Europe have not nominated yet. So I'm afraid if we stick on 11, that we will not be sometimes constrained by the high number of the quorum. And 11 is more or less 3/4 of the members. So perhaps we can lower it. I don't know what you think of it, perhaps 10, so that to anticipate if a good amount of members are here, and I think 10 is beyond the half of the members, it can also be seen more or less three-quarter, and I think that would be fine. The second point that Tete mentioned that I forgot to mention is, I think from our perspective, is a necessity that though the English is the working language, that document are in all languages. So for us, that is the minimum expectation from the Santiago network. And this will be across, I guess, all the document, like the guidelines that we're developing needs to be translated. We cannot think that we are supporting countries and then we are having only English speaker that are the usual suspects, front runner, and having highly success rate to access. So I don't know how we can capture that in the rule of procedures, but from our perspective, and I think you both, Sierra, Leona, I guess, and Stella, remember we had a long discussion about the language barrier. So, and I think we need to take that process. We are a technical assistance provider, and the way from one language to another language matters a lot. So to ensure universal access and universal equitable chance for all countries, it is very important that we have the language. And I think later on we will be also addressing that in the budget, because the budget we are having does not have interpretation or traduction part. So thank you.
Thank you. Now, Sierra, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And I had raised my flag because I, as a member, wanted to come in on the discussion on representatives and their role in kind of decision making. But I guess I will also respond to some of the other comments that were raised, but as Sierra, member of advisory board and not representative of the drafting group. So I, in some ways, I really actually wanted to echo Alpha's comments that I think that the inclusion of representatives on our advisory board is a really kind of novel innovation for UNFCCC bodies. And I think that we advocated for representatives to participate because you do represent really important views, and views that other members of the board aren't able to represent as fully. And that you have already, I think, really influenced the way the advisory board works. I mean, even looking at some of the guidelines and the provisions in them, I think demonstrates the value you've already provided to our deliberations. And so I think I just want to assure you that your contributions are valued and are important. And also to maybe echo some of the points from Stella, that I hope that all decisions of this body are taken by consensus. And so I hope that we're never in a position where this point about whether representatives vote or don't vote is really an issue. And so wanted to emphasize that important contribution that you're making, but also indicate that I personally don't think that it is helpful to also reopen the Sharm decision to advocate for the CMA to take a different view on this issue. In this process, we often agree to things that are at the very limits of what we can agree. Sometimes we step over our limits, and we live with those decisions and we do our best to implement them and move forward. I don't think it is a good practice for us to continually question those decisions and to relitigate them. So I guess I would just say that as an advisory board, I hope we can kind of take the Sharm decisions and the other founding decisions and draft our rules of procedure in line with those. I think a number of other issues that were raised. I know that there had been a lot of discussions within our drafting group around some of Tet's proposals, and not as much time really to engage in them as we would have liked. On translation, I do think that translation of things like the guidelines for technical assistance requests should be translated, and I think there's already been discussion about translating the forms, such as becoming a member, into multiple languages. But I also recognize that translation can be costly. And so if we are working with scarce resources, I would prioritize those types of outward reaching documents rather than the meeting minutes of the advisory board, for example. And so just clearly stating my personal priorities in that on that issue. So that addressed the language issue. On quorum, you're right. I think 11 corresponds to a 3/4 presence, right? I think 3/4 of 14 is 10.5, and so we rounded up to have a whole person. But I mean, I recognize that it can pose challenges to have a high quorum. I think I would still be comfortable with leaving it at 11. Hopefully, we can get our full membership from the Eastern European group named in short order, so we can have a little bit more flexibility in our ability to meet quorum. I wanted to come back in on something else, but on paragraph 10, thanks Alpha for clarifying your concerns there. That makes a lot more sense. I think that from my perspective, I don't have issues with modifying that language to better align with paragraph 9 and the way that those replacements could be named. On paragraph 13 on co-chairing, I kind of want to just echo Stella's points that we drew on the rules from other regionally balanced groups, and just note that there's nowhere in our current decisions that distinguish between members of developed and developing countries, and I would not support adding that reference here, since that would introduce a new concern and open up more challenges, I think, in terms of how we would proceed in that way. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now, Stella, who takes the floor.
Thank you so much for allowing me to come in again on those points, and thanks colleagues for the good discussion. So I also wanted just to comment on some of those points that were raised, and perhaps some of them I can skip speaking after Sierra. Just my first reaction was also on the paragraph 10 and the comment from Alpha. I do not have a strong view of whether it should be party in consultation with regional group and constituency or aligning as it is the language in 9. But maybe just to clarify that there is a distinction where para 9 talks about like a long-term perspective where a member resigns or is unable to complete the term and it's just moving jobs, for instance, or in another situation. And then, of course, it's, you know, the whole process starts again to nominate a replacement for that member, where paragraph 10 speaks more to a temporary situation where someone could be on sick leave for 3 months, and it might be simpler to have continuity within the seat if it is the same party. But and noting that it's in consultation with the regional group and or constituency. So I mean, I do not have a strong view, but I just think it might be simpler for the risk replacement if it's a short time or like a maternity replacement, which, you know, can also be 3 months. So just a small comment on that. On the discussions on para 49, and I mean, I won't repeat what I said before, which still holds very much, but I'm wondering after hearing Samuel speak to that. I mean, we had a lot of discussion around the language, and we tried to accommodate the concerns that were raised around how to capture the situation of decision making and the contribution to the deliberations by the representatives. If I hear you correctly, you have an issue with this sentence: representatives do not vote in para 49. And if it's clear, I mean, it is clear through the other provisions, starting from the, you know, where we explain in paragraph 3 who the members are, and then para 44, where we kind of reapply the language of Sharm decision, saying that decisions are taken by consensus of its members, so it's implicit. And I mean, if that makes you comfortable and others would agree, we could simply delete the sentence, and I mean, the effect would be the same, that the decisions are taken by the members and not representatives. But happy to hear other views on that. There were some comments made around alternates. I would be cautious about kind of extending the numbers of advisory board and adding alternates. I mean, we have to stick with the decisions, the founding decisions. I think Sierra put that point very well. And that would just complicate the process of adding extra people that would need to be funded, and the resources that would be implied in this. But also, I think, a kind of a heavier structure, which was not foreseen by the parties when we negotiated the decision. But I think there are ways in which we could kind of facilitate or help virtual participation when some of the members and representatives cannot attend the meetings in person. We know virtual participation works, but there can be some difficulties for colleagues joining from remote locations. But we have, you know, we have the whole support of the host. We have the offices of UNDRR and UNOPS in different places. Maybe kind of facilitating participation from an office that is in the region could somehow help. It's not for the rules of procedure, but it's just, I think we could be thinking how we better utilize the possibilities linked with the support we have from the host, with enhancing our virtual participation possibilities. On quorum, yes, I mean, similarly, as you mentioned, Alpha and Sierra, it is kind of a high number, but if it's 11 out of 14, it makes sense, but we do not have clarity, at least I do not have clarity at this point, where the two positions will be filled. I don't know if there's any update on that. When could we apply that? Because of course, 11 of 12 makes things complicated. But I think we are working on the assumption that the advisory board will be completed at some point. So maybe if there's updates to share on that, it would help us, and it would be kind of a more reasonable number. And on translations, I don't want to repeat. I fully agree with Sierra's comments, and I think perhaps Alpha, you would also agree that there are documents that are really important to be translated for the reach, for the very broad global reach and also local reach. But there are some documents that perhaps are not necessary for translation, and we have to keep it in mind. But I also wonder if it's for the rules of procedure to kind of specify that, or it's something for maybe for the recommendations that we make in our annual report. So just a comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is Camila, followed by Leona and Alpha.
Thank you, co-chair, for allowing me to come in, and happy to continue discussions on this item. I think we had a very productive few months with the working group in trying to get these to a place, to the place where they are now, and it has been really interesting continuing on discussion. So I'd like to come back on some items. Though some of it has been said, I think on paragraph 10, I very much heard and agreed with Alpha's concern. I've put in the drafting group a proposal that sort of reaches that, equalizes the language with 9, because I agree, coming as well from nominated by constituency. Usually in our cases, it's not really the country that nominates as the constituency, and it makes it difficult for a country to nominate a replacement. So hopefully that solves both that concern while maintaining that option for a more flexible, rather than a replacement and a finishing of term, time-bound position. Hopefully we can share that, and that would solve that issue. On decision making, first on quorum, I think we like a lot of the discussions in the group, and I'll be summarizing the group, but speaking as myself, is on the importance of having high quorum to make sure that decisions are made by all groups, particularly because this isn't a sort of developing country or Annex 1, non-Annex 1, but rather regional groups. So part of the reason why we've put this high quorum is to make sure that it actually represents one regional group. I do see that it's quite difficult because the number is 10.5. I personally would be fine to round down and have it at 10 rather than 11, but happy to go with the rest of the board as they see. Continuing on decision making, I think we are a very forward-looking or modern constituted body in the representation and the participation we give to representatives. And I think that's one of the distinctive features of this board that is very important, that has already had a significant impact, as Sierra said. And I hope that both in the way all documents have been made and in the way that we've engaged with representatives in this board, that has been quite clear. I would agree, as Stella said, on aesthetic, and responding to Samuel's point on the paragraph on voting, to remove the wording "representatives do not vote," as the paragraph speaks to members voting, so it's not technically necessary. And coming in as well then on the issue on translation, I would also like to echo that this is a very important issue for countries, and having documents made available in language, in all UN languages. I also not necessarily see this as a decision that needs to be in the ROPs. The ROPs speak more specifically of the advisory board, right? So the documents dealt here is the agenda, the rules of procedure, or documents that maybe don't necessarily need to be translated. But unlike maybe having it just as a recommendation or in the annual report, we could have an advisory board decision, particularly as Alpha said, on budget, that doesn't have to be in the ROP, but an actual decision of the board that says that documents that are guidelines or that are directed at countries need to be translated, and I think we can have that decision in a different place. And lastly, I wanted to mention the issue of virtual participation. Having been someone who has used virtual participation in the board, I think it's very important. And I just wanted to bring it up to highlight that our colleague Kennel is online and paying attention, and he has made comments in the chat. So hopefully they can be brought up to our attention, or we can make sure. Also, not sure if this is necessarily needs to be detailed in the ROP, but rather on working documents on how we ensure virtual participation to make sure that when members are participating offline, their engagement can be promptly brought up and made easier for their participation and taken into consideration. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So before giving floor to Leona, I'd like to propose how we could move forward to finalize the document. So after giving floor to Leona, then I'd like to give a floor to observer who want to make a comment. Then I'd like to propose to set up a closed session to discuss. No. Thank you very much for your patience. Sorry, I will. I need to give a floor to Leona. I'm sorry, but by the way, I'd like to propose to ask the Sierra and committee to reflect the comment. Then we'll internally communicate to have a communication on the focus topic, and then we will come back for the decision later. So now, Director, thank you very much, Leona, for your patience.
No worries. Thank you very much. When you said that you were going to deliberate, I was about to say that I would withdraw my flag because the important points had been made several times, and I can only agree with those that were proposed.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I'd like to open the floor to observer if you have a comment, intervention. Yeah, yes. I see no flags from observers, so I'd like to close the session now. Thank you very much. I'd like to hand over to my co-chair for the next agenda item.
Thank you very much, dear co-chair. I'd like now to introduce the agenda item 7, designation of organization, bodies, network, and expert as member of the Santiago network. In accordance with decision 12/CMA.4 endorsed by decision 11/CP.27, the advisory board at its second meeting approved the guidelines for designation of organization, bodies, network, and expert as members of the Santiago network, containing document SNAB/2024/2/06 that ref Two, the advisory board further instructed the interim secretariat to initiate the process of designation OBMEs as member of the Santiago network. I would like now to invite the interim secretariat to provide an update on progress made since the last meeting of the advisory board on the operationalization of the guidelines. Secretariat, UNDRR, you have the floor.
Thanks, Co-Chair. So following the the approval of the guidelines on OBNEs in the second advisory board meeting, a small team from the interim secretariat from UNDRR and UNOPS have been working on operationalizing it. And we have been sharing the regular weekly updates on the process with all of you. So I'll hand over to my colleague Kristen to provide us an update, or to provide all of us an update in terms of the process followed, the forms, what is there online, and what has been the response from the OBNEs in terms of the membership of the Santiago network.
Thank you, Animesh. If you go to the next slide, please. As you remember, the guidelines were adopted, and then we tried to translate these into an OBNE engagement plan and sort of the more operational side of how we can make this work from our side. So we developed this plan that would look at the expression of interest template and how we could translate that into an online form as well as sort of the offline form as well. The process for tracking the submissions and also reviewing the expressions of interest. Then we discussed the development of a members database, both sort of for members to manage their own profile, but also in terms of front-facing, what would be displayed in terms of the information of the members, and then outreach activities. Moving to the next slide. The expression of interest form is now online. We launched the membership page on the 23rd of August, so a little bit, I think a week and a half ago. You will see the link to the dedicated webpage. All the information on how OBNEs can submit their expressions of interest can be found there. And all of this information is, of course, based on the guidelines that were approved. As I have mentioned already, there are two ways to submit the expressions of interest. One is using an online form, and the other one is by email using the downloadable version of the form. As of this morning, we have already received 8 expressions of interest. 3 were from organizations, 1 from a network, and 4 from experts. And we have also received 5 queries for further information that we will respond to as soon as we're done with our meeting this week. And then in terms of next steps, of course, we will have to review and process the expressions of interest that have come in. Moving now to some of the outreach that we have conducted in the last 1.5 to 2 weeks. So we have decided that it would be good to take sort of a phased approach, because we know as the interim secretariat, our capacities are quite limited and we didn't want to be overwhelmed from the beginning. So we started with the networks that we know are sort of in the loss and damage space, and targeted the outreach accordingly. We've also posted on social media, LinkedIn, X, and so on, and received quite a few engagement already, as you can see on the slide as well. And then also reaching out directly through some of the networks that we have within the Santiago network. We have developed also some outreach materials. You can see some of the graphics on the slide, and we're planning after this board meeting also a global webinar to provide a little bit more information to OBNEs and respond to some of the questions that they might have. Going to the next slide. This is sort of our next step and the interim process that we thought we could use to review the expressions of interest while we are still in an interim secretariat position. So the submission would come in, and then we would have a review panel. so that each expression of interest would be reviewed independently by 2 people from the interim secretariat. And then based on that, a recommendation would be made whether the OBNE fulfills the eligibility criteria or further information might be needed, or they don't fulfill it at all. And then because the director will be onboarded still, we thought that we would take it to the wider group of the interim secretariat to make the final decision as the interim. But of course, once the director is on board, the recommendation will go to the director for final decision making. And then the confirmation of membership will be sent out to the respective OBNE with a welcome message and further information. Then we have also discussed the development of a database. So on the back end, we're hoping that members will be able to manage the information related to their organization, network body, or expert information, and then they can independently update this as well on an ongoing basis. And then on the front-facing side, there will be some basic information displayed of the members. Also kind of being able, hopefully we will be able to provide some filters as well, where those who need technical assistance can also look at what expertise is available and look at specific geography or specific type of OBNE and so on. We also hope that this will allow sort of visibility for the members and also serve as a resource again to those that will require technical assistance. And I will end it here and open the floor to any questions or comments.
And also just to add further to that, that we also are getting further discussions with the co-chairs to ensure there is proper linkage between the XCOM expert groups and this process of OBNE membership. So one, we would be talking about this in the first 2 days of the expert group meeting next week here in Bonn, so that all expert group members can join become members of the Santiago network. And secondly, to formalize this process, we have also requested the co-chairs to send a letter to the XCOM co-chairs requesting with this request. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the update. I'd like now to open the floor. Sarah, followed by Angela. Sarah, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'll echo Alpha's thanks for this update. It is really exciting to see that people are already expressing interest. And it's really reassuring to see that you've given so much thought into the process for managing those expressions of interest and then also for conducting outreach. One maybe request is if there is also information that is possible to share with advisory board members when we receive expressions of interest. Right now, maybe it's just kind of at our discretion to say like, great, please join. But if there is more substantive things that we should be saying as an advisory board, I think that could also be helpful for us to share. The other question I have that you, I think, mentioned when there was the kind of like process slide is that you plan not to confirm any members until the director's in place. Is that correct? Okay, sorry. So maybe I misunderstood that. So it'd be helpful to get clarification on that point. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. Angela, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thanks to the Secretariat for the presentation. I think it's really useful, and I'm really happy to see that we are moving in the right direction in terms of inviting OBNEs to join the Santiago network. I first I want to support the comments made by Sierra. I think it would be useful to receive, information in terms of the expression of interest of the Obianese, just to have, you know, some kind of information in terms of which regions are participating or express interest in joining. I wonder, and I have a specific question for the secretariat, if the secretariat is thinking to translate the expression of interest form, because one of my main concerns that I've been raising since the beginning of the discussion of the Santiago networks is how to approach those organizations that do not speak English, for instance, or the experts that do not speak English. So I think it's important to ensure that that we have broad participation from all experts, organizations, and bodies around all regions in UN. I know that there is, substantial, or perhaps I cannot say substantial, but, some budgetary implications. But if we want to increase the visibility that we are doing here, we need to ensure that at least this expression of interest form will be translated in UN languages. And also, that's the other point that I'm going to raise once again when we discuss the draft guidelines and procedures for responding to requests for technical assistance. But I want to raise it once again. We want to allow our countries, our organizations to apply for the technical assistance in their own language, because otherwise it's going to be difficult to get the technical assistance. The objective of the Santiago network is to include also vulnerable populations. So we need to be inclusive in that regard. And also, just to finalize my intervention, as you mentioned, and I'm happy to hear that you are thinking to have a global outreach event or something like that, but I wonder, would it be possible, not now, but perhaps on a later stage, to have regional webinars that could allow us to have, the problem that we have, at least from Latin America, in our region, is that we always have to get up at 3 to 4 a.m. So we will not have regional organizations joining this global webinar unless we have, our time zone considered. So just to raise this as a concern, and some kind of suggestions for our future work in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Now I want to give the floor to Leona, followed by Tete, then Camila.
Thank you very much, co-chair, and thank you very much for the presentation, and especially for all the work that we now see that has already gone into further basically translating the guidelines into actual outreach to OBNEs, which is very good to see. I would be curious to hear if some thinking has already gone into how to cultivate the exchange within the network among OBNEs, because this is also something that we would like to see. And I was wondering if the Secretariat had the opportunity to already discuss how this could be achieved throughout this year and next year and furthermore.
Thank you, Leona. I now want to give the floor to Tete. Tete, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you for all of these updates. And I do share the excitement, no, that things are becoming more concrete than ever. Um, Probably also just to share with you that on the part of civil society, we have also done our own outreach already with a global webinar, no, that we organized, I think, a couple of weeks ago um, on the OBNEs. No? So we had very good response. I think we received close to 200 registrations, and more than 60 people actually showed up. It was recorded and it will be shared more widely. So I'm happy to see Heidi and Linda and myself included. We all participated and contributed to that global webinar. But we also had Christopher from Vanuatu, for instance, who shared on what's happening now with Vanuatu's request for technical assistance. So maybe this is just to put it on the record that should you need support on this global webinar and other outreach activities, you can count on civil society, particularly the loss and damage collaboration, because we've done some work on this already. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tete. Camila.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I'd also like to echo the comments on how happy we are to see the progress on this and this network being set up. I think I've used almost any intervention I've had to say that this is a network of members, and one of the important roles is precisely to see that role that the members and that it does as a network. I think there's been a lot of progress in just a few weeks, and I want to echo that. I do feel in some of the comments that Angela asked, particularly on comms, and as Sierra also pointed out, how do we publicize this? I think there's a need for an outreach strategy. Some of the things I think even Leona mentioned, right? How are we advertising this? What are the comments that we can make? How are we using the different networks and contacts that we have? So what messages can we give advisory board members? Because we have been approached about the membership. How are we using UNFCCC and existing communications platform that we have? How are we liaising with the ExCom and its expert groups, which is where a lot of possible members already are there? And I think we should set up a plan to how we're using this and how we're making sure that we are communicating this. And this should be done promptly to make sure that we are setting up this network for success. And I would just like to echo as well the call for translation of the documents on expression of interest, at least to UN languages. And I think this is very important to make sure that we have a broad membership. And on Angela's point as well on future updates, I think as lessons learned or requests, it would be really useful for us to have at advisory board meetings sort of information organized on what are the members, or how many requests of membership, where are they coming from, what types of organizations we have, and to be able to have regular reports on this, maybe integrated into the monthly reports that we get that are incredibly useful. Thank you.
Thank you. I will give myself the floor as a member. Just to indicate two things. First, I fully support the issue of translation, particularly the designation. That's the best way to reach out to all interested stakeholders. The second point is to leverage the communication. So I guess as being member of the advisory board, we are also ambassadors of the Santiago network. So perhaps when in the future, when such important event or issue needs to be disseminated, we can definitely, the secretary can help us with some tweets or some links that we can use to reach out to our different groups, regional groups and networks, but also on Twitters and other means. So the last point is I guess the secretary will respond to that. I think we are not having OBMEs for technical assistance sake, but there is another important issue, which is the dissemination of information, peer-to-peer learning, exchanges, animation of different issues, or initiating topics to enhance the understanding. So I think the point indicated by Leona on how the exchange and knowledge of sharing is of critical importance for my end. So I'm wondering, Sarah, is that a legacy flag or it's a new flag? Legacy flag. Okay, now it's clear in my mind. Samuel, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I am really happy to see the Obianis membership. I think this is one of the crucial documents that is needed to facilitate the catalyzation of technical support for developing countries in addressing climate change issues, especially with the contributions of Obianis. Talking about the need for circulation of awareness, I feel that with in as much as civil society are there as well, I also feel we can start using some graphics content, and also with the youth and children constituency, I feel is also very, very important, because part of what I'm looking at is how people approach content when you publish it online, what grabs their attention. And I feel using some catchy graphics would go a long way, especially with the right target population that could help you post it in the right platforms. Um, until last week, that was it was only one, it has been, or it is only one youth group that has actually asked if the membership of Obianis has been published or is made public. And that was when I shared it with him. And that also made me to realize that a lot of people, not just youth groups, but a lot of people don't even know that the membership, call for membership, has not been published yet, or is being published, but then they don't have access to it. So I feel using the right groups would go a long way, and working with the youth groups specifically, I think would also go a long way, because when it comes to awareness creation, when it comes to digital tools, when it comes to how to pass the information to get to the target audience, then they have the right way to, design it and frame the message that gets attention. And I would also like to echo the words of Angela and Camilla when it comes to translation. I feel is very, very important, because, like they rightly mentioned, not a lot of people speak English. Not also a lot of people understand English. Some find it difficult, not just to speak, but also to understand. So in a scenario whereby this call is made in English, it becomes a major barrier for them to even have access to begin the application process. So it will be good if we can start translating the application into different languages, and also call for acceptance of the application into different languages, using making sure that the framework we are bringing out, or making sure that the templates we are bringing out for those who are going to submit via email, the template reflects the languages that they want to use. For instance, you tell them if it's in Spain, download in Spain, download this in Spain, download this in this version. Because from my own best understanding, I feel most of them would like to submit via email rather than using the online application to an extent. So it would be good when they have that option, so they can sit down and develop it. And then lastly, I would also want to encourage flexibility of the application process. I know we've talked about this several occasions, but I would just like to spotlight that again. Flexibility in the area of when an application, probably if it's been sent via email and some content of that application is missing, I feel we can be flexible enough to ask some clarifying question, just to make sure that we are not missing out anything, or just to make sure that probably they omitted something, and then you bring it to their attention. And if those clarifying messages are sent, then they don't respond, there's what they call in law, what a reasonable person would do. So you can justify to say, to what a reasonable person would do, you've reached out and you've clarified, but then there's no clarifying information to justify what they are talking about, and then you can make decisions thereof. So I so submit over.
you, Samuel. Rashid, you have the floor.
Really, I am very glad to notice that there is a convergence of points of views of AB members about crucial subjects. So regarding the, also I want to talk to secretariat about these updates, and I think that's is appropriate to update us in regular manner, and I propose to schedule this agenda item in our calendar for each meeting, and also our mission, our mandate in terms of promotion of Santiago network rely on our efficiency in terms of communication, dissemination, and also the mobilization of all the stakeholders. That's why I am wondering, I didn't pay attention in the previous meeting that we are talking about establishing a resource mobilization strategy, but I think that's also it's necessary to establish as soon as possible a communication strategy with the roadmap and with the indicators. And also, I want to raise also this point, which seems very important for me, is the translation, as mentioned by me, by Angela, by other colleagues. I think that is mandatory. It's not optional, but it's mandatory to translate all the forms regarding the requesting for membership of OBNEs or also requesting for technical assistance. All various forms should be translated in UN language. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashid. Stella, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, co-chair, and I would just like to echo the comments made by other colleagues in thanking the secretariat for the presentation, for the work that you have been doing in this period, short period since we had the guidelines adopted. There's already a lot of progress and a lot of interest. So thank you so much for that. But I also hear you when you say that, of course, the Secretariat has now so many other tasks, and this has been done even though you have to do all the other work in terms of preparing the documents and preparing the meetings, and that you have started with some of those known networks and known potential members, which is great that you were able to do it. But I think some other colleagues have said that the reach is global, and it should also include people who are in those most vulnerable populations, and we need to be able to reach the local organizations and networks and experts. And the question I think I have to us as the advisory board is, knowing that this is the next stage, because we are still in the process of having the secretariat recruited, how we can best, in the most cost-effective way, support those efforts. So first of all, as advisory board members and representatives, and I would say in particular the representatives, because you have this really important reach to the local populations, to indigenous peoples groups, to youth and different organizations, which is a very vibrant community, of course. What can we do to support spreading the information? I mean, there is already material developed, there are graphics, there is some material that could be just used. So is there a way for us to support the Secretariat in doing that? But also, I think when we speak about events, we have to be able to balance, kind of strike the right balance between the tasks on the Secretariat, the budget, and the ability to reach the others. So can we, once we adopt the rules of procedure, we will have the provisions there that members can be designated to represent the advisory board in different events and could use those opportunities to spread the word. So we can definitely do that, but in addition, we could see how we can utilize the wide reach of the EXCOM and the expert groups and the experts that are under this. I think there is a very wide audience there that could be easily reached to extend the network, and also the other groups that perhaps we as members have and representatives have access to. On the other points, I think Leona also made a good suggestion on how do we then discuss how the members interact between each other. And I think it's a kind of, in a way, it also speaks to the point that Camila made on this is the network of members and they need to thrive and expand, and that's how we will be able to get even more benefits and more technical assistance delivered. I think it was a good suggestion from Rashid to have that topic on the agenda of our meeting, so where we could discuss how we move to that next stage. I realize it's too early to now have, we only have 8 expressions of interest, but as we will grow, we will be able to have more possibilities to give guidance on how to have better collaboration and growth of the network. And we could get updates from the secretariat on that point as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think from what I've been hearing, except some response that are needed from the secretariat, they are all suggestions. And I think there was also not an intention to take any decision on this particular agenda item. So I will let the secretariat react on the comment made and then we close. Okay, sorry. Observer.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. I just want to highlight that the issue of the OB&Es is probably one of the most pertinent concerns for Indigenous peoples and for the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on Climate Change, as expressed over the couple of years that we've been involved in becoming part of this process and participating in this process. My questions are related specifically to that. One is, what is the process for deciding or selecting? I know you're talking about criteria, but is there a process? Because I've just heard a couple of the members ask if they're going to be able to get the list or, at what point. So I'm interested in that, is how will they be selected? And of course, a clarity on the criteria. I'd like to ask regarding those that have already signed up to participate, which is very exciting. I share other people's positive response to that the process is already underway. Are they mainly entities that are asking to receive technical assistance or putting themselves on the list or available to provide technical assistance? Because I know Indigenous peoples would like to be considered for both. And I did mention something that we were considering already, again, going back to this ecosystem rather than regional approach, is having a workshop for exchange of technical assistance and information among desert farmers in particular, including desert farmers from my region, which is northern Mexico and southern Arizona, US. Our nation, our peoples is divided by the Mexico-US border, so we're both in the developed and developing world, as they call it. But we are desert farmers, and we've begun discussions with desert farmers in Africa. And I presented this idea at a Just Transition consultation and exchange during the SEBSTA this year, and the chief negotiator, Iman from the United Arab Emirates, approached me afterwards, and she said that the farmers from the UAE would really like to be part of this as well. So this is a state party wanting to engage in such a consultation or workshop. And we didn't talk much about where and how it would take place, but I wanted to put this kind of activity on the table for you, where there would actually be an exchange. And I'm speaking also as the former co-chair of the facilitative working group for the LSIP at the UNFCCC, is the idea of exchange, not an exchange of capacity building, not just going to Indigenous peoples, but from Indigenous peoples to states about how to engage with Indigenous peoples' knowledge and understand what we mean by Indigenous peoples' scientific expertise in these areas, which is highly scientific, time-tested, intergenerational, et cetera. So these are some questions that I have. I know Gideon and I need to take this information back to the Indigenous Caucus, which is our short way of saying the Indigenous Peoples International Forum on Climate Change, of how they would engage, what would be the process for engagement, the criteria, who decides, and what kinds of activities that we could participate in, both ecosystem, food system broad globally, as well as, of course, regional specific. My last question, I've already talked to one of the co-chairs and a couple of the members about this, and I think Gideon has as well, is we wanted to put out an invitation to participate, either the co-chairs. We haven't had a chance to talk to you about it, Mr. Co-chair, but at COP29, specifically in the Indigenous Peoples Pavilion, to have a side event on the Santiago network and how Indigenous peoples could engage. Of course, Gideon and I will give our report at the caucus meeting, specifically when we talk about our different broad levels of engagement in various processes at the UNFCCC, but this one in particular. But it would be, I think, much more fruitful to have an opportunity for a dialogue with Indigenous peoples from all the regions about how they could participate both as beneficiaries and as providers in this process. And so we're extending an invitation to the members and to especially to the co-chairs. And if we could discuss this in terms of, time and date and what the best timing. I know there'll be negotiations going on at the same time, but hopefully at least some of the members and at least one of the co-chairs could participate in this formal side event at the Indigenous Peoples Pavilion at the upcoming COP. So if we could make a time to talk, or if I'm not sure if you have a process for the Santiago Network to endorse or officially co-sponsor such an activity, that would be great. But it's another way that we could actually do our job as participants in this advisory board, but also expand the participation and awareness of Indigenous peoples as experts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your very engaged approach to the Santiago, with the Santiago Network Advisory Board. And I think you should also take advantage of being here to clarify certain things offline. And thank you for your comment. And this is not only for observers, but for all of us. We have many decisions to take. So I will be very much appreciative if everybody puts an effort to be in a very reasonable time with bringing the point. So next, I want to give the floor to FAO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, for giving us the floor as observers. This is Antoine from FAO, and just to be very brief, to say we're very glad to congratulate you for all the work throughout over the time and these intersessional proceedings. We are very glad to see the call for OB&Es come out, and we are working on disseminating it through our network and working on our own application to present an expression of interest as an organization. And just basically wanted to briefly reiterate our support in disseminating, and that we'd like to offer our support in disseminating the Santiago Network, the call, the efforts also to engage in regional and local platforms, perhaps also through the regional and sub-regional country offices that FAO has, to have a better understanding of potential technical assistance needs, and also call out to have local networks of members joining the OB&Es. And so I guess basically to ask how's the best way to plug into that and to start, taking advantage of the network so that we can also support the effort of disseminating the operationalization of the Santiago Network. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being brief. I now want to give the floor to Lillian from UNICEF. Lillian, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. I just want to seek some clarification on how coalitions such as the Children's Environmental Rights Initiative or any other coalitions will be treated. So if a coalition submit an application to be a member, would individual organizations under that coalition still be eligible? How does that get handled?
Thank you very much. And now I'm going to give the floor to the Secretariat to provide answer to the different questions. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thanks, Co-Chair. So I'll kickstart and then Kristen will add further. Thanks for all the comments and suggestions. As we have been doing, we'll keep everyone posted on the process. I think besides the linkage with the EXCOM, it was also clear that there are other relevant constituted bodies like the LCPIP and others who might also be very relevant in terms of the joining of the expert group. So that is part of our outreach strategy that has also already been developed. So that was the starting process. That outreach plan is there, and we are following that in terms of the key activities. We would indeed share the initial expressions of interest that has been submitted to the Secretariat with the Advisory Board for your information. The process of translation is in plan. We have kickstarted the process in interest of time so that we don't lose time in terms of the membership drive, but the forms and others will be translated. The idea behind the global webinar was to also do it as a series of webinars so that we take account of different time zones. But I think the idea of the regional webinars would also be very appealing, and we might engage, as we are doing in the context of other events as well, advisory board members from the respective regions in those regional webinars. In terms of the points made in terms of the collaboration and networking within the members themselves, that's part of the process in terms of the peer review and peer learning process and exchanges that will be promoted through once we have a cohort of members in place. And in that note, also want to address one question on the chat box, that is this process time bound? Is there a deadline? So no, there is no deadline. It's an open-ended process. We're trying to see minimum time taken in terms of processing the requests. In terms of outreach, I think the representatives like, for example, Samuel, you mentioned about the youth group and others. I think that will be important in terms of enhancing the outreach. And then there were specific questions raised on terms of the criteria and others on selection process for the OB&E expression of interests. Maybe that is something we can explain offline, because that's part of the guidelines that were approved in the last second advisory board meeting. The membership, just to clarify, that the membership in the Santiago network is for those who would provide services, provide technical assistance, not those who will receive technical assistance. So if a member who has submitted an expression of interest to become an OB&E has submitted the request to become a member, that then intention is that they have the requisite capacity and others to provide those services. And if the intention is to receive the services, that should be the part of the form which is annexed to the technical assistance guideline in terms of seeking request through the Santiago Network Secretariat. Respond to the question on the coalitions and other networks. So the N part of OB&E, the network, is where the coalitions will be placed, and individual members of that coalition can also registered as O, as the organizations. So it could be either as individual organization, and if they are also part of a network or a coalition, that coalition can register as a network. But I will pass over to Kristen to add anything.
Yeah, thank you, Animesh. All these points are very well taken, and many of these we had some difficult internal discussions as well in terms of how we prioritize first. I think it would be really great to receive some guidance from you in terms of which are the networks or the other types of organizations that we can reach out to, so we can include them in the outreach strategy that we already have. Maybe we can put up the slide again of the process in terms of the review, just to clarify. We have developed sort of an interim process in the absence of the director. So we will have the review panel, which will be two independent reviewers looking at the same application. And then instead of transmitting then the recommendation to the director, for now, we would discuss it sort of in our weekly update call altogether, the entire interim secretariat, to ensure that transparency and still allow members to join. But of course, once the director is on board, we will have to adjust that process slightly so that the director will be having sort of the final say, also because, as Samuel reminded us, there are provisions in the guidelines where certain exceptions can be made for OBNEs to receive access as members as well. But we do not want to delay the process of OBNEs joining as members. But yeah, any additional guidance that you have for us in terms of managing this interim process would also be very much appreciated. I think Animesh already covered all the other points, so I would return the microphone back to the chairs.
Thank you for being very succinct in your response. I guess there is no further request for floor. So, my dear Angela.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Perhaps, and apologies for coming once again, but I just want to raise a few points and I would like to thank the Secretary for your comments and the clarification. Just thinking in the way forward on this, and perhaps for the decision points that we have to take as board members, if I may suggest, Co-Chairs, one of the decision points that we should consider as part of the outcomes of this meeting is to welcome the work done by the Secretariat in terms of this activity, the outreach process, and that we launch the OBNE's submissions and application. We can, work on the framework, on the framing and how to frame this, but I think it's important to have as part of the decision points of this meeting. But also, and according to the comments made by the Secretariat, as I understand, the Secretariat will translate this application form, but I will feel comfortable if we have it as part of the decision point here. Nobody objects that. I think all of us, we raised this in terms of a key element or process in order to ensure the effective participation of all OBNEs in the Santiago network. So I would like to add this as a decision point. And also, I think we could add as part of that decision point also that we reach an agreement in terms of having regional outreach events or regional webinars, not only global webinars, but regional webinars. And just to raise that, when I talk about regional webinars, I'm thinking to have those in the UN languages. That's the main objective of that, just to raise that as part of the clarification. And also thinking in terms of the next advisory board meeting, I think we should add an agenda, and I would like to call you to call co-chairs in terms of having an agenda item on this. Particularly if we will have some changes in the process, considering that we will have the director. So just to raise that is important to have from the Secretariat a presentation in terms of the changes of the process. Just thinking that perhaps will be some amendments in terms of the process the interim process that we are having here. So just to raise that for the next meeting of the advisory board is important to have a specific slot for this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. This is all well noted. I guess the issue of translation, we need to address that in a very broad manner across the whole Santiago network, but the specific request to the decision point on this agenda item is well taken. So Thank you. Thank you for your attention. I think we all deserve lunch for 1 hour. We will resume on 2:30, 2 p.m. 30 minutes. Thanks. Okay, moi je vais.
The next is managing fund.
Yeah. Okay. Well done.
Yes.
Yeah. She's spelling individually or
Yeah, she's just telling everybody.
mention about the members?
I'll just walk her away.
Oh man. Oh yeah, I see water this morning made a lot of it was too rainy this morning, eh?
Huge. Inundation on the street.
Hey, where's my cat? Where's my cat? Yeah.
Yes. Yes. No, I say difficult to explain that. That went very well. Yeah, no, regular. Yeah. Good. Probably having you ready. Yeah.
Online stuff. And now they're yeah, now they're and it's much.
All right, colleagues, let me start the session this afternoon. Thank you very much for your cooperation. It already. Yeah, Alpha is coming later. Yes. Others.
We have 10 people plus.
It's already.
Yeah.
Okay, may I? All right, thank you very much. Now I'd like to turn to agenda item 9, guidelines for managing funding provided for technical assistance. As per decision 12/CMA4, paragraph 17, endorsed by decision 11/CP.27. Please, gentlemen, could you members have a seat, please? Yeah, the Santiago network secretariat shall, once it is operational, elaborate modalities and procedures for the Santiago network under the guidance of and by approval of the advisory board, including developing guidelines for managing funding provided for technical assistance, including to ensure that technical assistance funded directly by the Santiago network is made available to communities particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. At our second meeting, the advisory board provided comments and feedback on the draft guidelines and asked the interim secretariat to prepare a revised version for consideration at the third meeting of the advisory board. I'd like to invite members to consider the guidelines for managing funding provided for technical assistance as contained in document SNAB/2024/3/08 for finalization and approval. In this context, I'd like to invite the interim secretariat to present an overview of the guidelines. So I'd like to hand over to secretariat to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. If I could just start with a brief presentation of the outlines and then highlight a few key updates from the last iteration, which was reviewed at the second advisory board meeting. Next slide, please. You'll all be familiar with the context in which the guidelines have been developed, but I just wanted to highlight one point here, and particularly in the context of the technical assistance guidelines, which we have already reviewed on multiple occasions, that although some aspects of managing funding are specifically detailed within these guidelines, obviously the overall management of technical assistance and how that is being approached is also picked up in many cases as part of the technical assistance guidelines. And in particular, within the context of these guidelines, obviously that we're looking to identify this minimum percentage directed to communities particularly vulnerable. Next slide, please. Again, just to refresh your memories, the decision text, and this was then reflected in the memorandum of understanding, is that the Santiago Network Secretariat would administer through UNOPS and where required UNDRR in accordance with their respective regulations, rules and procedures, the funds that will be provided to the Santiago network. So just to highlight here again that what we have included within these guidelines are an overview of how we would be managing the funding, but this very much links back to our internal rules and regulations as detailed here. The second point I just wanted to highlight again is that if we look at managing funding, we're looking both upstream in a sense in terms of how we manage the financial contributions to the Santiago network, but also in terms of how we then disperse these downstream, particularly to members who would be providing that technical assistance. But in the context of these guidelines, the focus is more on that second component, really more in terms of fund disposal. Next slide, please. In terms of the updated guidelines for management funding, the document was shared initially with you for the second advisory board meeting. We discussed it there, and there was a request for any further feedback by the 20th of July, which was received by many of you. So thank you for all your detailed comments. and an updated version was then again shared on the 14th of August for secondary comments. What we have done, because in a document of this nature, it can get quite confusing to see a document with track changes. So we have actually captured all the comments that we received either verbally in writing as comments in the document or through email in a separate tracker. And we have responded to them there as well as making relevant updates to the guidelines as appropriate. As you can imagine, not all of the comments would be reflected in actual changes to the text, and that is why we've responded in that document as well. But as you can see, and as I was mentioning earlier, the updated guidelines include these 6 main components, with the actual focus being on section, what should be 3 there, which is fund disposal, which focus on, again, on how we would manage funding downstream, particularly to funding allocated to members to provide technical assistance. Next slide, please. In terms of the key updates based upon the comments that were received from the advisory board, amongst others, there were 2 iterations, as I mentioned earlier, the version for the 14th of August and then the updated version that has been shared in advance of this meeting. Obviously, there have been a lot of comments, some of which are very detailed, but I've tried to pick out here some of the key updates which have been made as a result of the feedback. So firstly, in terms of language and terminology, in the iteration of the guidelines shared with you for the second advisory board meeting, it very much used the standard terminology that we would use, particularly for grant management within UNOPS, referring to things such as implementing partners. And we have updated the text to ensure that it's aligned with the terminology that is being used within the Santiago network, so members, for example. In addition, we also were cognizant that we hadn't necessarily reflected that funding could be channeled either through UNOPS or UNDRR as co-hosts. And so again, that has been updated not only in the diagram, but also throughout the document. There was also a request for a further clarification on the types of instruments that we might use to provide funding to the members. There's a summary of it here in terms of the different types of agreements. But in addition to that, there's a link to an openly available document, which is the grant support operational instruction, which provides a lot more detail in terms of how we would normally approach grant management or grant support within the UNOPS context. One of the things I just also wanted to flag is that what we were trying to ensure in this document is that we don't duplicate what is included in other documents, because as it was stated earlier, we are trying to follow our own rules and regulations. So it didn't seem appropriate just to copy and paste information from those rules and regulations into this document, but rather just to provide an overview so it was clear. The last point I just wanted to flag here as well is that, and I mentioned it earlier, the focus really of these guidelines, and particularly in this next iteration, is on the fund dispersal. So although there are sections relating to the budget and funding arrangements, as well as reporting, they are more around setting the context through which the funding of the Santiago network is managed, whereas the focus of this guidelines in partnership with the technical assistance guidelines and the OB&E guidelines is much more a focus on the operationalization of it in terms of the provision of technical assistance. And so we've tried to ensure that that is the focus of these guidelines. Next slide, please. So again, just here, and you will see this in the updated version of the document, these are the funding arrangements, again, reflecting both UNDRR and UNOPS as being able to receive funding. And then again, an update to the language was just talking about the Santiago networks, providing the Santiago network members providing that technical assistance to developing countries. Next slide. Again, this is for reference only, but I think it just provides a little bit more information on the types of agreements that we can sign as UNOPS with members and the different contractual agreements that we might sign. And you can see here, we have different templates for different types of organizations with grant support agreements for many NGOs, CBOs, etc. Whereas we would use a different type of tool like a UN-to-UN agreement with United Nations organizations. So that's just to provide that clarity that there are different types of templates that we would use, although obviously include similar clauses. Next slide, please. This is the last slide. In this, I just wanted to highlight a couple of key questions. Obviously, there will be other comments or areas that the advisory board members may want to discuss, but I just wanted to flag a couple of areas where there is further discussion required. The first point really links to the key text included in the actual decision, which was around a minimum percentage of technical assistance funded by the Santiago network being directed to communities particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. In the current version of the guidelines, we have not stipulated a percentage. I know we discussed this at the last advisory board meeting, but rather had said that the Santiago Network Advisory Board will determine that minimum percentage. I think there are two key questions here. Is one, the definition of the particularly vulnerable communities, which is obviously a prerequisite for then defining that percentage. But I think and a number of advisory board members had commented either in the document or via email that further discussion was required on this point, and they wanted to use today's session as an opportunity to do that. The second point for discussion relates to paragraph 49. Again, this is relating to the provision of funds to members to provide technical assistance. And in the current version of the guidelines, we haven't stipulated a minimum indirect cost percentage that a member could apply in terms of their cost proposal. There is as you'll be familiar, there are different entities, different organizations have included different types of percentages. Sometimes it's not a flat rate, sometimes it's dependent on the level of funding provided. But again, in today's discussion, it would be helpful to gather any input you have on, firstly, whether it is appropriate to stipulate a minimum or maximum percentage of indirect costs, should I say, or would it be better to either remove this statement or say that each cost proposal will be reviewed on a case-by-case basis to see its value for money and its efficacy. So those, I appreciate there will be other comments from the advisory board, but those were 2 points which the secretariat still feels areas for further discussion. But if I could finish there and pass back to the co-chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Interim Secretariat. Now members are invited to provide feedback on these guidelines and reflect on the way forward to finalize these guidelines for managing funding provided for technical assistance. So, the floor is open. Alpha, please. So, Stella.
Happy to break the ice on this and start the discussion going. Thank you, Alpha, and thank you, Co-Chair, for giving me the floor. First of all, thanks so much to the Secretariat. Thank you, Ben, for the presentation and for doing the work. We had quite a lot of comments at the last meeting, I remember, so you have taken them well on board, so thank you for that. I have a very minor comment that I think just is clarifying what you have said, where you made the changes in the document to reflect that the agreements can be signed both with UNOPS and UNDRR and the reporting. So there are just two small issues in the text to fully clarify that. One is in the para 12 on page 3. Where it says donors to the Santiago network will sign individual agreements with UNOPS and UNDRR. So maybe just saying and or or with UNDRR, because I think the donors will be signing with one of the two partners of the consortium. And then the other, again, very, very minor point in the same spirit is with the figure A on the next page, which has the reporting arrows. And I see a reporting arrow between UNDRR and donors, and I do not see one unless it's covered in the same line with UNOPS and donors, while UNOPS is reporting to the Secretariat, which is clear. So just very, very minor things to correct. And then on the questions for discussion, thank you so much for putting that question, in particular the first one here. We have started exchanging on that point at the last meeting, and we said we would continue here. I think it's really important for us as we adopt those guidelines for the management of funding that we we do not just say if deemed appropriate, we will adopt. It's part, we have to be more definitive and either already develop that bit after our discussions at this meeting, or at least be more specific that this will happen, because it's part of course, of the SHARM decision to say that those guidelines will include the guidelines for technical assistance funded directly, going directly to a vulnerable community. So I think it's really important that we do have an exchange on this here, and that we do prepare those guidelines. And in that sense, at the last meeting that we had in July, I said that it would be really useful for us to hear some of the experiences of the observers or the organizations that are active already in the area of contributing with support that going directly to or benefiting directly communities and vulnerable communities. So I think it would be really useful also, in addition to us as members exchanging on that, to hear some of those examples if we are able to hear them. Because as you said, I mean, it opens quite a lot of questions that we will have to answer. So one of the questions is how do we envisage counting that percentage? Would that be, full projects, or would that be like a fraction of the project that would be going directly to the communities, and how we would capture that? Another question is what does it mean going directly to the vulnerable communities? I think we can draw on some of the experiences of different organizations, in particular the humanitarian assistance organizations, which do, even when their assistance goes directly to the beneficiaries on the ground, it's still not a full amount, or a very, very high degree of the amount that benefits vulnerable communities. So maybe trying to learn a little bit better and understanding that. Then, of course, there is a question of what would be the appropriate level of the minimum percentage. So where would we set that percentage threshold? We talked about it a little bit at the last meeting, but we do have to answer that question. I do not have an answer now, because it will obviously depend on how we define. So the last question that we have is like, how do we define the vulnerable communities, and who do we count in that regard? And of course, we have some possible language we can draw on in the different decisions that we have under the UNFCCC regime, where we have different lists or different maybe criteria. So I'm just going to recall three of them, just for us to get started the thinking on what is the language that is already available that we could maybe draw on as we think about defining the vulnerable communities. And one is coming from the 8th preambular paragraph of the Paris Agreement, which of course we have already referenced in the guidelines, which speaks to the rights of indigenous peoples, local communities, migrants, children, persons with disabilities, and people in vulnerable situations. Then we have the second example of the language that we could draw upon comes from the decision 5 CMA5 on the funding arrangement and setting up the fund for responding to loss and damage, which actually talks about targeting people and communities in climate vulnerable situations. And then it lists them as including women, children, youth, indigenous people, and climate-induced migrants and refugees in developing countries that are particularly vulnerable. And then we have also the section from the section on loss and damage from the first global stocktake decision, 1 CMA5, which talks about segments of population that are already vulnerable owing to geography, socioeconomic status, livelihood, gender, age, minority status, marginalization, displacement, or disability, as well as ecosystems they depend on. So there is there are kind of two approaches there, like one listing the different groups, the other one listing more of kind of criteria. And I think we have good basis to start our discussion, but I just wanted to kind of put those questions forward to all of us, and to start the conversation going on this very, very important item that we have to agree on, including for those guidelines on funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alpha. Then Sierra, sorry, next one. Sierra and Fiona. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Before I start making specific comment on the document. One thing that struck my mind that this document does not clarify how the OBMEs will be screened to be eligible, to be financially capable to receive resources. So, because that has to do with the access modalities, are you going to have stringent fiduciary assessment, financial management capacity assessment? And I think that clarity needs to be provided, and particularly those component or those dimension matters a lot when it comes to communities, because often communities are informal based institution or small scale that never had the chance, for instance, to manage significant amount of resources. So that needs to be clear, because to allow for more clarity and transparency. And thank you for the updated version. And I've seen you have reflected most of the comment I made. And however, I still have some questions. First, a clarification on the section 2 Santiago network budget. There's a language saying active mobilization of resources will be part of the secretariat responsibility in accordance with identified trend and anticipates needs for technical assistance. I do not recall any decision where we give the secretariat this active role. So I think we need to be very careful on that. And I think if it's possible, I would like that sentence to be deleted, because it does not reflect the status of the discussion we had so far. Please bear with me. Okay. On funding arrangement, I think if we delete that, we can keep the paragraph 9 of the funding arrangement, which states that the mobilization strategy under the guidance of advisory board and aligned with the Santiago network secretary will be developed. And I think out of that discussion, perhaps we confer you the mandate to actively engage, and then that needs to be clear. And again, there also in paragraph 9, there is a sentence that I do not understand or do not recall having that discussion. It states that the Santiago networks, that the secretariat will outline how the secretariat will engage with potential contributors of the Santiago network, including but not limited to which have made pledges. So that sentence, the paragraph 9 developed the development of a mobilization strategy. I think my comment here, what I wrote is, I do not remember having given that mandate, and I was wondering what is the reference. So again, the first initial remark need to be deleted, this active mobilization by the secretariat, and we can keep the language at in 9, and then we can move forward as we further operationalize the form. You get clear notification on your role as a secretariat in mobilization of resources. And wait, okay. Thank you for reflecting in figure, I don't know what's the number of the figures, on the overview of Santiago network financial arrangement. So having looked at the piles and the colors, I do not see where the money will be held. Okay, so we have 2 streams inputting into the Santiago network, UNDRR, UNOPS, and particularly in the case that money goes to UNDRR, how the money will be handled. And I think in the broader discussion, it will be also very important in light of the scarcity of resources to figure out how the money that are put in the bank that are yielding some interest, how what is your strategy of managing that resources? I guess you are not going on the capital market to invest that, but if the money is there, we need to perhaps to get at least a regular feedback, perhaps once annually, on how the money that have not been disbursed, that are held in the account are moving. And on the paragraph 15, okay, that was a comment for me, but I didn't do the work, my homework, because I was asking myself to check the paragraph 15 against the Bonn UNDRR UNOPS proposal, because something is that struck my mind, but we can skip that. Please bear with me, it takes me. Okay, okay, and fund disbursal. I think that speaks to the fact that there are no clarity about the fiduciary arrangement with the proponent and how that will be applied. The fiduciary engagement, what are the requirements that OBMEs have to meet to access, that you have a level of comfort to give them money. And I think in terms of fiduciary disbursal, we need to have a sense how you will be from the administrative and financial perspective, not the technical aspect. You check the, how that organization bodies can handle or manage the resources that will be entrusting. On paragraph 726, eligible expenses, it is a language there that perhaps I do not understand because English is not my first language, neither my second or third, but my small understanding of English brought me to make the comment that the guideline, as a matter of principle, should override any things that are coming. So this is the main document that stipulates how management of funding will be done. I know, in the grant agreement or in the process, there will be certain layers of data that comes, but the guiding documents remains this document. And I have the concern that if you say for the avoidance of doubt, nothing contained in this section shall supersede or replace the term of condition of the applicable legal agreement. Is that the legal agreement that you make with a proponent, or? Okay, that's fine. And also, one of the points is, and that speaks to the budgets, we spoke today about the added value of peer-to-peer learning. And I can imagine, for instance, that a country want to learn lessons from other countries that have been performing, that have huge experiences. And this paragraph, the paragraph E of 29, exclude any of those activities. Perhaps we can frame like that. I am in favor, instead of taking a representative of one government to bring to another government, to bring one or two people from the one who has skilled to come there and then spend 1 week, instead of taking 5, people. So I think the exchange should be encouraged, and I think at least training workshop, for instance, because training and workshops can be also online, and they might be specific. There are specific skills that people need to acquire to do the job, and I think if it is perhaps provided by UNDRR, but you need to pay the fees, we should definitely, for instance, allow for country to have access to that. And again, in the 32, this language that supersedes comes again, and I think we need to fix that. And I do not understand also paragraph 33 when we say that the secretariat reserve the right to reduce the budgets where funding is no longer available, because that's the core of my concern about this document. If we approve a proposal, we approve a proposal when the money is there. So, but we cannot start a proposal and then say resources are not there for the second tranches. So that is my big concern. If you get approved, you do your job, we do our part of the deal, right? So, but I do not want to have a pipeline of unfinished technical assistance because of the resource limitation. And then, and I think on the paragraph, I think it's paragraph 32, on the paragraph 33, I think we need further explanation. Sorry for being very detailed, but this is, I hope if we finish that, it will be the main document. We will be making small amendment as we move on, and that's why bear with me. Sorry for taking too long. And I think the 32, 33, we need further explanation. The funding should be granted to technical assistance. Once approved, that's what I was saying. There's no way to say the secretariat can reduce the budget because of limitation of resources. Okay, and I think I have other questions again, but I feel a little bit guilty given the time concern. The 47, for instance, we should, all disbursement by the secretariat are subject of availability of resources. That speaks to the fact that once a proposal is approved, that proposal has the money. First come, first serve, but we cannot start a project and then say, oh, there's no resources there. And the last point on reporting, I do understand, and I'm very sympathetic of the way of the need to report to the donors, right? But again, I am also of the view that that is something, it is needed. We need to, perhaps we can capture that in our fund mobilization strategy. But as a matter of principle, the reporting to the donors is a duty that we need to ask. How long, how many times, how many effort, how many money of a secretariat resource will be spent there? So that is the last point that I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Sierra Rosios.
Yes, thank you. And thank you to the Secretariat for preparing this new draft. I guess I find myself in a bit of a pickle because I think there's really two issues to speak here. One is the edits to the document itself, and then I think the second is this larger issue for discussion that I don't want to get lost in some of the more detailed discussion around the document itself. So I guess I will divide my intervention into two parts. I'll start with some of the more detailed comments, but then also speak to this larger question about a minimum percentage. So on kind of more comments directly on the document, I think I actually share quite a few of Alpha's concerns that he raised. But one question, editing change I would recommend is in the header for section 3, funding arrangements, since we also have in this process funding arrangements that speak to a kind of broader concept. Perhaps we can find just different words here to capture the meaning. I know that seems a little silly, but just for clarity, in that paragraph 9, I would indicate that, and I think I've proposed this edit before, that we strike UN member state donors and other types of donors to just keep this more open, recognizing that we do want to broaden resource mobilization channels to all types of contributors. And so, keeping the types of contributors open. Another small wording edit would be to use contributors rather than donors throughout. I do disagree with Alpha on the point here about the secretariat's involvement in fundraising. I do think that you already have engaged in fundraising in terms of reaching out to those that have made pledges. And I do think that's an important role for the secretariat, is to continue to communicate the success of the Santiago network and encourage contributions to the network. In paragraph 12, where it is talking about contributors signing individual agreements with UNOPS and UNDRR, I just wanted to check on the language here about whether referring to like the implementation of activities is actually appropriate, or if there's other kind of language, right, kind of getting to this idea that this is a pooled fund, right, that I don't suspect the contributor agreements would be for specific activities. And so just clarifying that could be helpful. In figure A, I also have some comments, and here would suggest rather than using COP CMA, using governing body or bodies, since that has been agreeable elsewhere and is used elsewhere in this document. Sorry, just scrolling down through here. In paragraph 23, I am concerned about this language of like inclusivity, flexibility, and clear criteria. And I think this aligns with some of the discussion we had yesterday around what are the criteria. And I think also to Alpha's point around what are the financial requirements for members. I think those either need to be made more explicit here or made more explicit in the technical assistance guidelines. I know we're having some kind of offline engagement on that text, but I think that making that more explicit in either of these places could be helpful. In paragraph 24, there's a sentence here around generic and common sense compliance requirements that will be taken into consideration when drafting contractual agreements with members. That seems exceptionally vague. And so I'm not sure what this is referring to really. And I don't know if like compliance is the appropriate term here or not. So I don't know if there's different language that would be better here, or if it's just a matter of responding to the question to clarify. I think I have flagged in previous drafts, and I think in line with Alpha's point around legal agreements. I understand those are where legal agreements starts getting used in paragraph 26 and then is used throughout. It seems like those are referring to contractual agreements between the members and UNOPS. And so if we're just consistent in that usage, that'd be quite helpful. Also in paragraph 26, there's a use of parties, and there's a few places where parties are used throughout, since we are also in a process under the Paris Agreement where there are parties to the Paris Agreement, just making sure that when we're using parties that it's very specific in what we're using and referencing, that would be helpful. And then I think also Alpha raised the question about this clause about, right, nothing in this document should supersede or replace terms and conditions in these legal agreements. Again, it would be helpful just to, I don't know if that sentence is necessary, right? And so maybe we can just remove that. I think those are most of my comments here. One final comment in paragraph 37. There's a sentence that budget revisions result in a grant amendment. I wonder if better language like budget revisions necessitate a grant amendment would be better to indicate that it doesn't just automatically happen, right? There is going to have to be a process for updating those budgets. And then maybe more of a question around audits, which I know also there was a line for audits in the budget. So maybe just having like a little clarification about how audits happen within the UNOPS system and who does the audit and who gets that information could be helpful. I know that sometimes also contributors require those, so it's good practice, but just wanted some clarity around that. Okay. Now to the second part of the intervention, which is this issue about a minimum percentage directed to communities particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. I do think that this is a critical part of these guidelines. I recognize that some of the discussion around this is different than the list of comments that I just made, which are, more around this funding piece. But I think it's really important that we start having this conversation and engage in how we as an advisory board would want to define that piece of communities particularly vulnerable. And I think that Stella's recommendation to look back at those past decisions could be really helpful. As I was thinking about this, I also was thinking that communities here is also right, does not equate necessarily to countries, right? And so when we're talking about communities, I think we are talking about subnational and local entities. And so I think that that has been one way I've been trying to start thinking about how do we define this, and thinking about, maybe what we're talking about here is technical assistance funded directly by the Santiago network that either originate from or directly benefit subnational or local entities that are particularly vulnerable. And then we can think about a way of elaborating on what we would consider as particularly vulnerable. As Stella pointed to, things like geography. So thinking about places that may be low-lying coastal areas, for example, or thinking about socioeconomic status of those communities, or thinking about communities that may have a high dependence on natural resources, and so their livelihoods are more at risk. And so thinking about what are some of those different ways of thinking about vulnerability, and then allowing in their request indicating, how they are fulfilling those different ways of thinking about vulnerability. I think it's also important to recognize that here, as we get to thinking about a quantitative number for the minimum percentage, that this is a minimum, but hopefully we can also have more conversations, especially recognizing some of the conversations we've had around technical assistance guidelines about the importance of this issue, that we can think about, oh, maybe we also want to reach beyond this minimum, right? That I think that we'll get to those discussions as we talk about the strategy and prioritization of our work. So happy to have further engagements on ways we can think about defining this paragraph 8.
Thank you. Leona, floor is yours.
Thank you, Co-Chair. And then I will proceed in the same way, splitting my intervention into 2 separate parts. I was following both of your interventions, Alpha and Sarah, with the very detailed comments. Most of them, as you explained, made sense to me. So would like to hear on those, and particularly highlighting the aspects that I noted myself as well. One of which being that contributors is, I think, a better term than donors. Then I also wanted to learn better on how auditing would take place, if there's a chance for audits being conducted by entities outside the UN system. Is that an option that we could look for? And I also wanted to draw our attention to paragraph 23. I think also Sarah mentioned it just now, or Alpha did, on where there's a reference to the selection criteria on when it comes to selecting which OBNE should respond to a given technical assistance request. And since we haven't defined these yet, it becomes very clear how all the different documents are interlinking. And we're doing our best to, while we proceed with some, also make amendments in others. So this is one point where these interlink, and we should be aware of it. Then with regards to the minimum percentage for local communities that are particularly vulnerable, or for communities that are particularly vulnerable, indeed, I think that's a crucial issue, and it's very timely we discuss it. I think ideally the text as is wouldn't say if deemed appropriate, because it is deemed appropriate. It's in the decision text, so we will determine a minimum percentage. And I think, indeed, as Stella proposed, it would be good to hear from observers, of course, also from our representatives at the table, where their thinking goes with regards to the minimum percentage. I also think that there is some existing language. Stella referenced 3. I also thought of the funding arrangements decision and on the women GST decision that we could draw from, and I think that would be very helpful in getting closer to this. And of course, that also or the minimum percentage that is feasible also depends on how exactly and how narrowly we define this. I tried to look into other initiatives and networks to see how other initiatives dealt with this question, but often they have specific percentages for IPLC, for indigenous peoples and local communities, which of course is one of the vulnerable communities, but there are a few more than that, so we can't really copy paste the percentages that some other initiatives have dedicated to this group, but need to rethink it a little bit. And of course, here again, we have interlinkages with other documents that we've already developed, that we're still developing. The results framework for one, because of course we need to think of how and where we actually track the minimum percentage, and how close we are and how well we are fulfilling it. Perhaps even in a meal framework, in case we continue to develop one of those. And then of course in the template for requests, of course, those requesting technical assistance would need to highlight how and explain how they are, the project or the request will benefit communities particularly vulnerable. There are several instances in the template where we kind of get close to it, but since we don't have we haven't decided on this kind of criterion yet. Maybe this will have to be adapted in the template for requests as well. Thanks.
Thank you. That's please.
First of all, I want to thank the secretariat about the revised drafts for advisory board review. I think that the content capture all and reflects all the milestones and crucial points, but regarding the two questions, so I think that is premature. It's too early to talk about definition on particularly vulnerable communities, but all of us, we have a background, scientific background. When we talk about the vulnerability, there's a lot of factors and parameters which is involved to define and to assess a vulnerability of a community. So there's exposure, adaptation capacity, climate hazard, also kind of gender, age, social status, low income household, and so on. So I think that there is a huge need for further work from the Secretariat about these subjects to define particularly vulnerable communities. And also, I was laughing when I see that we should define a minimum percentage of technical assistance funded directly to Santiago network. It will be an aberration to define a percentage. At least we should define interval. And also it's a project case by case project. So we can't generalize and have a common minimum percentage. So we should be very careful about that. Also, I read these documents and, paragraph 37 regarding the budget revision. So I see that the budget and the expenditure variation are allowed. So and you give us kind of specific cases. So I am wondering if these specific cases are exhaustive or are provided as indicative basis. Also, regarding the para 50, the audits, the internal audits. So you didn't mention the frequency of these internal audits. And the last point regarding the review. I need the clarification because the 2 years we should do a kind of review. For me is too ambitious to do a review for each 2 years for guidelines. And also I need clarification about when we launch a kind of review, doesn't imply directly that we should do a kind of amendment of these guidelines. And I need clarification at this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Angela, followed by Alpha, then Gideon and Samuel. Sorry. Yeah, of course, Angela. Angela, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Co-Chair. I'm gonna split also my comments in two, just trying to be organized. And also because my English is not perfect, but I'm gonna go in terms of the questions that we have on the screen. On the first one, I want to support the comments made by Rashid. I think it's quite premature to start talking at this time in terms of a minimum percentage. And I see some kind of disadvantage here in the case where actually more funding is available for those communities through member funding. So are we potentially limiting the funds that they receive without having clarity that perhaps will be available more resources for them? Because at this point, we just received one request from technical assistance and we are just testing the process. I have to say that I'm not in favor of having a minimum percentage, and perhaps we can evaluate this in a later stage. On the second question, I have to say that I do not understand what the limitation on an indirect cost of members is. Perhaps the secretariat can explain to me, because to me, I'm not an expert on this area, but what I can say for now is that the secretariat, the most important thing is that the secretariat ensure or should ensure that those requesting technical assistance have all of their needs met. That's the most important thing. Now moving to the guideline, and let me start that I have an overarching concern in terms of this document, and I don't know if it can be solved in this document or if we need another document. But it seems to me that we are assuming that all the money for providing technical assistance will be flowing the Santiago Network Secretariat. And for sure, I would imagine that in many cases, the members will have the funds for providing the technical assistance independent of the Secretariat and UNOPS. So we will receive, independent floats from those OVNEs organizations. So it's important also to track and match the funds and having some kind of a follow-up in terms of this. So it's not only the funds that the Secretariat will receive, but it also are the flows that will came from those OVNEs who will supporting us in the technical assistance. So I think that with this document, we are just covering one part of the thing. And I wonder if we are gonna have, some kind of process established in terms of how to track the resources that will be outside of those that the Secretariat will receive. I don't know if it is clear, but I'm trying to explain my general point of view on this. Also, going to the paragraph, and I have to say that I was trying to follow all the comments, but it was quite difficult. And my personal point of view is that we need to work more on this. And frankly speaking, I don't think that we can solve it at this particular meeting. And perhaps we need to have some intersessional work to try to finalize this document. But perhaps I'm not too positive for this document at this moment, but if we have the time to discuss and improve the document, I'm open to do that. On paragraph 7, one of the question that I have, the last phrase that says that the Secretariat, under the guidance of the Advisory Board, will assess and define the technical assistance needs. I do not believe that the Secretariat is in charge of defining the technical assistance needs, frankly speaking. I mean, the Advisory Board perhaps can provide some guidance, but it's, the vulnerable communities are those who identify the technical assistance needs. Perhaps it's not the Secretariat, just to raise that, because we have different type of technical assistance. And I have to say that at this point, we have different understanding in terms of what we mean with technical assistance. I'm not saying that we need to define, but the reality is that there are different points of view and different kind of needs around the world and in vulnerable communities. Just give me a second, because I'm trying to follow most of the comments. On paragraph 33, I want to support the comments made by Alpha on paragraph 33, and I see with concern that the mention that the Secretariat reserves the right to reduce budget where funding is no longer available or delay activities can no longer be implemented. My main concern is that we have a budget approved and we have activities approved. So to me, doesn't make sense that if we have an activities that we approve as members, we need to fulfill this budget and these activities. So if something new came for other activities that never been considered in the program of work, makes sense that we delay those activities if there are no resources. But what's the point to approve a budget and activities if we cannot comply with those activities? And since the beginning, we are saying that the Secretariat reserves the right to implement or having those activities in place. So to me, this reference doesn't make sense, or there is no point to discuss any budget or any activities or any program of work. Also, in terms of paragraph 34, I would like to seek some clarification in terms of the mention that the Secretariat may refuse or adjust requested amendments. Just to get some clarification. So if we want to have amendments on this document, the Secretariat can decide not to accept it. It's that the meaning of this paragraph? Because what we are doing here is that everybody is putting, we are doing the exercise to review this document, and if we have some suggestions and amendments, it's up to the board together with the Secretariat to decide if those amendments can be considered or not. So in paragraph 34, we are saying that the Secretariat may refuse and adjust amendments. So just want to get some clarification on that, or perhaps is a misunderstanding on this paragraph. On paragraph 47, my main concern with this paragraph seems to me that we are thinking that the Santiago network is acting as a fund in this paragraph. We talk about availability of funds may deviate from the plan over the lifetime of the fund due to the changes in the strategic direction and or redirection of donor funding to the Santiago network. So it seems to me how it's writing is like that we believe that the Santiago network is a fund, and to me, the writing is not correct, and perhaps we need to, which is not what we have agreed to in terms of the Santiago network. This is not a fund. This is for technical assistance, and I think that perhaps we need to review the writing. And my final comment is on paragraph 50, and I fully support the comments made by Leona and others. I think it would be useful to consider external audits and not internal by audits by UNOPS and UN. So I think it's important to see, other evaluations outside the UN that could help us to see how the funds and the process have been managed under the Santiago network. Those are my main comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you. And Arthur, please.
I actually thought you give Jidon and Samuel because I took the floor earlier. But thank you, Co-Chair, for that. I will be very brief. Two things that I didn't answer to the questions, but the response provided by Rashid truly reflects my view. I think we should engage definitely on better understanding the vulnerable communities, but we should also be aware of our limits. Vulnerability discussion is a big issue. And as a paramount, all developing countries are eligible for this fund. And I understand within the country, there might be a subnational or local level communities that are facing some challenges. And I think the narrative that will accompany their proposal will be sufficient enough to show the vulnerability. And I'm not quite sure how we can define that. That's the first point. The second, on the indirect cost, I believe that the indirect cost should be a dynamic one. Big OBMEs do not need that much of because of policy of scale, high amounts. They can have reasonable indirect percentage that we definitely need to cap, but also we need, if we are saying we need to have communities there, a target for communities, we need to have a certain flexibilities that those institutions are actually need organizational consolidation and support. So perhaps in those cases, there might be indirect costs that we can frame. By all means, I think everything needs to be clear. In addition to that, one point is this document does not anticipate the situation in which country or community need support for the development of the proposals. I'm telling you, a simple workshop to bring stakeholders together to discuss about priorities is challenging, particularly in LDCs, in poor countries, in African states. So, and for me, there are two ways of in-kind support that needs to be granted in the Santiago network. One is already secured through the decision we took in Dubai. We said technical support, in-kind support will be provided to LDC and seats for the preparation. And in that context, it is meant that the secretariat support the development, but the secretariat cannot start from the vacuum. The secretariat needs to have a little level of information, and that can only happen if different stakeholders can have the opportunity to sit together. So, and I think the issue is we need to make sure that the fiduciaries are reasonable to allow more access. And secondly, we should encourage the triggering or the origination, actually, of technical assistance through support for the preparation of those proposals. So I will stop there. And again, the paragraph 47, what she said, are fully aligned with that. Thank you. Angela said, yeah.
Thank you. Now, Gideon, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I would like to appreciate the very good work that have been done by the secretariats, and I've seen a lot of improvement for these documents from the last Santiago network meeting. So a lot have been captured from our contributions and comments and submissions on to improve this document. I would like to make reference to paragraph 22 and paragraph 23 on the criteria for the organizations to request for financial resources with regards to technical assistance. And I would like to reiterate that there should be a simplified procedures and criteria to allow the local organizations, including indigenous people organizations, that might not be, qualify or having similar requirement and criteria vis-a-vis to other organizations, such as international organization, for example. So you cannot put in the same level of criteria the local organization, civil society organizations, especially those from the developing countries. They might not be able to meet the criteria set by the UNOP or UNDRR. So I think there's a need to find out a way to simplify this criteria and requirements. The other issue that I would like to see clarity from the secretariats is about the minimum percentage to quantify this, so that we would like to know when we are talking about the minimum percentage, what percentage are we talking about? So I think we need to quantify this in the future, not necessarily now, because we are still developing the documents, the draft. But I think there's a need to be clear enough on what do we mean when we talk about the minimum percentage. I would also like to make reference to paragraph 17 about paragraph 17. It talks about interest earned on fund held in UNOP accounts will not be returned to donors, but shall be credited to UNOPS specifically for implementation of the Santiago network activities. Maybe you would need to share some lights on this. What does the donors requirements talks about this? So that you be in alignment with the donor requirements. And on the particularly vulnerable communities or most vulnerable communities from the impact of climate change or effect of climate change, I would like to echo the definitions from the Paris Agreement, and I would like also to support Stella. She make reference on probably the Paris Agreement talked about who are these most vulnerable communities or particular vulnerable communities. The Paris Agreements make reference to peoples with disabilities, children, and indigenous people. And as far as this Santiago network concerned, we are working under the guidance of the Paris Agreement. We are working under the guidance of the UNFCCC. So I think we have to follow the principles and the definitions within the Paris Agreement and the UNFCCC in general. Yeah, it could be there are other communities, most vulnerable communities, but it has to be identified as well. But if we abide by the Paris Agreement, then I think we should stick and follow the principles of the Paris Agreement and the UNFCCC in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Samir, floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for the contribution. And I want to thank the host, that is UNOPS, for this document. I know the last time we discussed about this, I can see some improvements. I have to be honest, I haven't taken time to like go through this document holistically, but then I've done some scan analysis on it to see what area that I think is very necessary. And first, I would like to talk about paragraph 10, which talks about contribution from donors will be pooled rather than enmarked. I think that is very good. And also, I feel if we can also look at some accountability measures to make sure we don't skip out anything during this process, to be very good. I will also move to paragraph 14. I'll also move to paragraph 14, which talks about the agreement signing and expiration of the MOU. How about situations whereby countries, before probably few months to the expiration of this MOU, and countries need a technical assistance that could warrant these dates? What do you do? Do you tell them, no, we are closing, or no, the MOU is coming to closure, we can't give any technical assistance? Does that impact or affect the administration or release of technical assistance to these countries or communities that request it? Probably a month, as long as, because I believe as long as the fund is there, they should be able to have access to the technical assistance. As long as we have the manpower, we have the resources, they should be able to have those assistance given to them. In scenario whereby, due to these dates, so it's questionable of what happens as a result. That means they won't have any technical assistance. So if, for instance, 20 people or 100 people may die as a result of not having a technical assistance, so it means you can't give them anything. So they can still die as a result. I'm just giving an instance here, hypothetically, okay? So not really saying the actual sense. I think that should be looked into. And I would also want to reference paragraph 16, economies of scale. I would also like to bring in some aspect of value of money here when we look at economies of scale. So if we are looking at economies of scale, there are also countries that value of money is something else. It fluctuates, right? Up, down, up, down, up, down. In a situation like this, what do we do? I feel we should also, while considering economies of scale for the positive aspects that would benefit the host secretariat, we should also consider value of money to the partners as well. Because what is happening in developing countries, we've seen a lot of scenarios whereby there's been a lot of fluctuations up and down. So I feel that should also be considered as well. I would make reference to paragraph 17. Paragraph 17, which talks about by default the interest. So will the interest, which I believe is good, because I know that the fund will not be in a checking account, if I'm not mistaken. It would either be in probably some form of account that at least add some form of interest. Why it will be used specifically to implement the work of the network activities, I would also hope that these activities are also spelled clear. For instance, if there are projections for us to know the interest, and if this interest, there are also projections for us to know that as a result of this interest, this is the activity that we'll be using the interest to carry out. I don't know if you get what I mean. For instance, if we are putting in $100 or $1 million in an account and we feel that it will yield probably 5% interest. So we can say, okay, since we have this money as fund, as a result of the interest, we'll be using that to carry out XYZ activity, because the activities are just activities. We don't know if they are going to be used for anything or if it's going to, go back to being reported as part of the fund left for the networking, carrying out some activities that are yet to be determined. And I'm almost done, sorry. And I would like to talk about 19, which looks into the disbursement of fund and providing, disbursement of fund in providing technical assistance, which looks into the three major approaches. We have the grant-based, the human resource, and the procurement. These are very, very good, like for the grant-based, but then I would also want to ask if more clarity can be made for the grant base and how the processes is being implemented. I know for the grant base, it's going to be through grants. For human resource recruitment of experts, I know that those are written down there. But then for the grant base, what are the process of applying for the grants? What are the process of saying we are going to give? What are the process of saying this grant is very easy to apply for? And what are the process to include those people that don't have bank accounts for the grant base? How do you make sure that it's very inclusive enough to make sure that people that don't have bank accounts, I believe we are talking about that we are exceptions made when you talk about the use of some framework from UNOPS and all, but then how do they get this fund to their accounts, knowing that there are countries that if they have specific account of money that they have not received before, they may either freeze their account or file some fraudulent acts to that account. So how do we make sure that this doesn't happen? And speaking for the interest, especially for youth and children, who I know that I'm hoping to see them apply as members of the Santiago network. I'm hoping to see that. How do we address scenarios like this, especially for children and youth, who we know most of them from local communities at the front line in addressing climate change don't even have access to bank accounts. And I'll look at paragraph 25. Which looks at the meal, but also I want to talk about the areas of fiduciary duty. For that, yes, I want to talk about the fiduciary duty between the guarantor and the guarantee. By that I mean, while we look at the fiduciary duty, which is a framework developed by, we look at the accountability mechanism, which is a framework developed by the host. We also need to consider the implications of risk factors that could be an oversight that may not be covered by probably the secretariat itself or the members. So I think risk factors are very, very important because they are an oversight in a scenario whereby you are implementing a project or you are actually implementing a TA and some things happen, which definitely you should have taken notice, but it's an oversight. How do you?
Excuse me, sorry, Samir, could you?
Yes, I'm done. This
complete your comments.
After this, I'm going to the last part. And the last part, sorry, I will just speak on paragraph 34, which looks about requests for amendments. So in this paragraph, my major understanding is the secretariat may accept or refuse the request for amendment if the total cost is above the initial approved cost, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. If they involve increase to the initially approved grants. So if the amendment requested by a member is above the initially approved grants, it may be accepted or rejected based on the best judgments of the host. In a scenario whereby the cost is low, however, it also demands a lot of technicalities. How do you advise the process? Would you say, and for instance, you've already sent out the fund, but then something came up, like conflict comes up in that zone that may lead to postponement of those activities or slashing of some activities out of the proposal. How do you resolve that? I think I'm done.
Could you finish your comment?
Yeah,
we don't have a time.
I'm done.
All right.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, I see the Tete is the first intervention, so please, and I hope that others may have your comment shortly. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll try to be brief, to make up for, to compensate for my colleagues' lengthy intervention. When we were starting these discussions, one of the major comments that struck me was we said we need to see a shift away from donor-recipient approach to reflect a partnership approach. So we're seeing elements of that. We're getting there, no? But maybe it would be helpful if we could define, further, what do you mean by common sense and generic approaches? Because maybe it's not so common after all. Second point, I'm happy that we see here the language of on the minimum percentage. If deemed appropriate, let's delete that, no? See, I'm short and sweet. This minimum percentage of technical assistance, there should be a caveat to that. I agree with the comments received made already that it's quite early for us to be defining that minimum percentage already. But let's just all keep at the back of our heads that this minimum percentage also needs to ensure that it's reflective of the needs on the ground. And it's not just a tokenistic amount that we will say, okay, 0.0001% is the minimum percentage. It wouldn't make a difference in the lives of communities. So let's just all have that in our mind when we have that discussion on that minimum percentage. Number three, again, around the vulnerabilities, no? We said, what do we mean by particularly vulnerable communities? So again, we wouldn't want to go into that messy conversation about who is more vulnerable, no? But maybe, again, guided by the spirit of common sense, we said in the Paris Agreement that there's language around countries particularly vulnerable to climate change. So in my common sense mind, I would also interpret that to mean that all communities in all developing countries are particularly vulnerable to the effects of climate change. We can have a long debate on that, but I think that for me would be my floor, my baseline. No? All communities in all developing countries are particularly vulnerable to the effects of climate change. I also support some of Sam's concerns around those legal arrangements, contractual agreements, especially for countries that have restrictive environments. For community-based organizations, for NGOs, we have Foreign Currency Regulations Act in some countries already that prohibits organizations from receiving funds from abroad. So do we have safeguards or do we have considerations on how do we, get around those restrictive environments so that we can really give the support to communities who are facing this? And then maybe just an observation. We're discussing indirect costs here, but maybe also let's keep at the back of our heads, aren't we micromanaging so much when we engage in so much definitions of um how much, etc. What are these indirect costs? So I'm not being prescriptive, but just a reminder for us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the time management. Sorry for, may I allow to ask the Secretariat to respond? Sorry, I'm in consultation with secretary, my co-chair and secretariat now. So of course, there are lots of comments. So we will come back and the discussion the following days, of course. So then, by the way, there are so many valuable and important comments today. So I'd like ask you to submit a written comment to the secretariat. Then that will be compiled and create the updated version as soon as possible. But for review and discussion the following days, hopefully tomorrow for the discussion. Interim Secretary, do you have any clarification on this process?
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you for all those valuable comments. We have taken detailed notes from all the comments that were made today, and we can transpose those into the tracker that we have already under a new tab. So you can see that those comments have been captured. And if you have any additional comments that you would like to share, then please do via email. If I could briefly summarize, I think we can accommodate all the feedback that was shared with us, provide greater clarification on some of those areas, and if not, update the document. We can respond to the comments that were made in the tracker, and we will assign it to your name so you can see if your comment has been responded to. And we will do that as soon as possible, given the fact we're also doing the budget. But yeah, we will do that as soon as possible. Thank you, Co-Chair.
All right, thank you very much. So by the way, before taking a break, I see the flag observers. So I'd like to ask, just briefly, within 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. In response to the Do you want to go first?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for making time. In response to the 2 paragraphs that were up there on the screen earlier, it's very important that Indigenous peoples be distinguished from communities. Those of you that participate in the discussions on the LSIP, for example, know that the position of the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on Climate Change is to keep those terminologies separate. Took us 30 years to get recognized by the General Assembly as peoples with communities and women and youth and persons with disabilities. But if you're going to put up there communities that are vulnerable, you should say peoples or even Indigenous peoples and communities. And it might be more appropriate rather than to refer to vulnerable to the adverse effects, I'm going by memory now, to say who have been impacted by the adverse effects, because I think that's the peoples that we're trying to serve, peoples and other groups, rather than looking at vulnerabilities, look at actual impacts that have happened. Just briefly on the second point, and I've referred earlier to this study that we've done in conjunction with UNEP on conservation funders, and we're finding some of the funders and intermediaries are taking 80% administrative or overhead costs. And as an organization that receives funding, we're held to 15 to 20, maybe 25%, and we have to answer for it if it's larger than that. So I think that is an issue that we appreciate being addressed, is looking at overhead costs of those intermediary organizations that are serving to assist communities and Indigenous peoples in this regard. And lastly, I just want to comment on the developing and developing divide. I think no one would deny that Indigenous peoples in the Arctic are in particular being impacted extremely adversely, yet there are no Indigenous peoples in any so-called developing countries. So again, that's I think a false distinction when it comes to Indigenous peoples. That's the position of the Indigenous Caucus. And we need to look again at an ecosystem-based approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, for Stella, do you? Yeah, please.
Thank you so much, co-chair, and apologies for coming in again. I know we're tight on schedule, but I think we have indeed we had a lot of comments on like two elements. One was the elements to the of the comments to the paper, and we summed up. And thank you for summarizing the way forward on that. But I think the other element was the overall discussion that we had around this minimum percentage and how do we define that. And I do not feel that we have exhausted that discussion. I heard a lot of different views. I think we still need to discuss this further, and it will be good to think through how and where we're going to do that. But from my perspective, I would maybe like to understand a little bit more from the colleagues who said it's too early or it's not the right thing to do to define that percentage. Because I mean, the way I see it is that the effects of the negative effects of climate change are, of course, are widely spread, and they affect communities and people and countries in different situations. But it is also true that there are segments of populations that are bearing the bigger brunt of those negative effects or adverse effects of climate change. And we heard that at the start of the meeting from the incoming COP29 president, who said that those vulnerable communities need to be at the center of our discussions. And we often talk about communities at the front line. And I really would like to disagree with what Ted has said, that all communities are vulnerable, because of course it depends how you define community, but I definitely see communities that are not vulnerable in the same way as others. And I would really like us to spend some more time discussing this and not just discussing, but I think we gave ourselves an obligation through the decision that we took in Sharm el-Sheikh, which had the paragraph 26 that says we have to take into account the needs of vulnerable people, indigenous people, and local communities. And then we also set ourselves this requirement to define the levels of minimum percentage. So we have a legal obligation, we have a moral obligation to enter into this discussion, and I think it's the right thing to do as well. And I hear that it may be too early to, give a definite number or to have a definite definition at this point. And I understand we may need more work, learning from other experience, and talking a little bit more about it. But I clearly disagree and want to put it on the record that, we shouldn't be doing that. I think we have to do that. And it's maybe just to add that we are not trying to define which countries are particularly vulnerable here. So we're not trying to say that there should be more higher percentage going to particular countries. Those communities are in all countries. So it's not about, saying it's really about the communities and making sure that some of the funding goes directly and benefits them directly. And maybe last point here that could also kind of give a bit of perspective or the comfort to what we're trying to do. We have to set some guidelines, and those guidelines will define also different situations. For example, Angela, you mentioned that now we only have one request. So how do we make sure that, if we have a minimum percentage, that could maybe cause that the funding doesn't go to the requests that are made, but in those guidelines we can specify what we mean, and we do not necessarily have to set something in stone. And I also hear Ted's comment that it's very hard to come up with this number, but I think Sierra, you also said it, that it's a minimum, right? It's something, it's an aspiration, and we can look into it, but we have to start working on it. We have to put some words on paper, and we can draw on the language that we already have, which I mentioned, and some others recalled it. So I think let's start this discussion and let's have a clear way forward on how we're going to end it. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Sierra.
Yeah, thank you. And hard to follow Stella, because I think she said many of the things that I wanted to say about the importance of this discussion. And I think that the reason that this is in the decisions is because this is not a new conversation that suddenly we're pushing for this. This is a conversation that's been happening for many, many years and has been a priority, right, for many, many years. And so I don't, I recognize we're kind of a new institution, and we are learning and growing and need some flexibility. But I also think that it's really important that if we aren't going to make a decision at this meeting, that it's clear when and how we will make a decision about these minimum percentages. And I think that to Rashid's point around there's a lot of different ways of thinking about vulnerability. You're right, but we also have those ways, right? I think that we all have a good understanding of the different dimensions of vulnerability. And so let's have a conversation about that and think about what are our priorities as a Santiago network for how we would want to prioritize some of those different aspects. Maybe it is thinking about some of the populations that we often think about as particularly vulnerable, like women, like youth and children. Maybe it's about indigenous peoples, and maybe it's about refugees and migrants. Um, you know, but I think we need to engage on that topic and think about, is this populations? Is it local communities? Is it a mix of the two? And try and kind of develop our definition. And I echo Stella's point about this isn't all countries and all communities are vulnerable. I mean, yes, I think everyone is feeling the impacts of climate change, but we also need to think about where can we have the most impact, and where do we want to prioritize our investments? I know domestically in the United States, we have set a goal of having 40% of our climate funding going to historically marginalized communities. It's called Justice 40. And we have a very specific way of thinking about, which communities should be prioritized in that context. It has a pretty long list of different dimensions we're considering, like exposure to lead, pollution, things that we might not consider as relevant. But again, getting to the point that we have a good understanding of these dimensions of vulnerability, we can engage on those and think about what are some of the creative ways for us to be more targeted, to make sure we are having the largest impact that we want on the ground. And so I also kind of want to get back to Tet's point about the actual number, that in setting these minimum percentages, yes, there is a number here, and we will want to have it not be such a minimal number that we aren't impacting things on the ground. But this is also symbolic. When we engage in this discussion and when we say we are going to defer this decision, we are sending a signal beyond this room to all of the people that want to engage in the Santiago network, right? And so I think that us engaging meaningfully on this discussion, thinking about how we would define this, is sending a signal. It's sending, we want to prioritize these communities. And so I again, I hear there's very little appetite for doing this in the next 48 hours. But I also really hope that we can be more serious and more engaged with this topic, either over the next 2 days or when we have the next opportunity to talk about this minimum percentage.
Thank you. Roger, do you want to say something on the way forward?
Can I have the floor?
Yes, not focus on the subject, I hope. Yeah. Just wait. But I'll give floor. But Alpha, if you have any question, comment on way forward.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Co-Chair. I think, first of all, I would like to remind everyone that in paragraph 17 of the sham decisions, 3 guidelines needs to be forward to the COP, to be, at least from the COP perspective, seen as operationalized. And one of them is the guidelines on managing funding. Second, I do believe the 2 issues, at least the issue of vulnerability is a very important debate. We cannot go away of it because it is definitely mandated. We need to sort it out. And I think at the same time, I see this is the discussion cannot be done in the sense that we share views here. It has to be informed by document, because vulnerabilities, specificity things. We need to learn from different initiatives like the Initiative 40, or I don't know, how do you say it? Justice 40. And I think the point that I'm making, we need to be clear here that we cannot go away as a co-chair. I will not allow you to take your flight without the management of funding being approved, right? That's the first point and the starting point. The second point is, I think good should not be the enemy of, the perfection should not be the enemy of good. That means we could agree here and then put that in the work plan, perhaps at the next meeting, to have an addendum on those two topics to be addressed as part of the funding management or on the guidelines of the funding. What I'm trying to say, there have been a lot of comments, perhaps detailed language, and the secretariat, we need to also see that is what is human possible. And I think we are well advised to fix those what are in the text right now, and then agree on the way forward to address the two elements, with the understanding that we need to have, we can call initial draft management guidelines, but we need to propose something to the COP. So we stand guided by you. I was talking to my co-chair, one of the way will be, and I'm very sure what Ben indicated, that they carefully captured all the comments. And if you feel that you are very strong on one point, you can submit textually your proposal and to get another iteration of the text. And we have the understanding, and I think a gentleman agreement that from my end, next year at the first meeting, we can have that discussion. But I do not believe that we can sort the two issues in 2 days with all the pressure. It is very important to take, really consideration of all the aspects to make the things right. So that's my proposal to my co-chair. And I think I just wanted to emphasize we need to have these guidelines approved. So that's for me the starting point and the point. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Anyway, we'll get back to this agenda item tomorrow, but Stella, you want?
Yeah, thank you. Very briefly, I just wanted to react to what Alpha said. And I agree with you that we have to adopt the guidelines. And if we, in those guidelines, leave, the space for either an addendum or further discussions, but kind of defining that we are going to do this work, I think that's somewhere where we can agree on. But just a question on how, because you said it has to be informed. And I agree that we need to learn from other initiatives and also learn from those who are actually doing that on the ground as well. So I think we don't have to do it now, but it would be useful before we close the meeting to know what the steps are before we just come to the next meeting and we have it on the agenda. Like, are there any background documents we need on this, or maybe we need an intersessional virtual conversation, so with some guests that we invite to learn from them, just having some thinking that we could maybe consult still during this week and have that decision going forward so we know what the next steps are. Thank you.
That's it.
Just I want to react about Sarah. We are very serious. Just we need to be more careful. We are committed in this AB mission. We can't at this moment, at this stage, with the document that we have, to decide about the definition or about the percentage. And what we are looking for is asking secretariats to prepare for us kind of documents, options, to facilitate the decision making. That's the idea.
Thank you, Arpa.
Thank you, Stella and Rashid, for the compromise you show. Because it's a function of the available resources and the capacity and the needs of that institution, for instance, that will get, I don't want to entertain any discussion about that, but I think we need to have technical input by the secretariat. We can agree now that the secretariat will compile best practices in terms of targeting that, so that we have a solid ground to start the discussion, instead of having a very living discussion, but that are not based on best practices. So we stand guided. I think we can accommodate that, co-chairs, if you agree, to work on this document. And then in the decision point, we can reflect that it is in the understanding that the management document will be complemented, or could be, will have additional annexes to address the two core issues that are also features of the Santiago network. Thanks.
Thank you very much. This is not my role to approve your proposal, but I want to hear the comments by other members on the proposal on the way forward made by Alpha. Samir.
Yeah, for me, I feel as long as the contributions made here and the two pertinent issues raised will be addressed, and there will be why approved. Also believe that those issues will be raised and addressed accordingly. I think I'm okay with the suggestion made by Yafa. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other reflection? Angela.
Yeah, co-chair, apologies. Could you please repeat what is the way forward or the proposal made by the Alpha? Just to get some clarity on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I acknowledge Alpha proposal is to I approve on the point we can agree on. Then for these 2 points would be included in the decision point to be further developed in the following session. Is this correct? Yeah, these points be included in action points of the session. You mean, is this correct?
Yes, the point that I'm saying, we have a mandate to deliver on the three guidelines since Sharm and Sheikh. And that's what the executive director was looking at. When we came there, that's what it looks as deliverable for us to send a signal that we're operational. We have a situation that the document is not ready yet, right? So in spirit of compromise, the secretariat will reflect all comments that were made during the meeting on the document as it is now. And we defer the two issues that are very critical early next year to discuss that in depth and have good quality document that can be added or an addendum or annexed to the management that we are having. So we can even call, I was saying, we can call initial guidelines for management of funding, but we cannot go to the COP without doing that. That's the proposal. Thanks.
Thank you, Alpha, for your clarification. Angela.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now it's clear to me. Just in terms of this, as I understand, the idea is to defer the discussion for the next advisory board meeting next year. My main question is, you mentioned that we will have a document. So which kind of document are we talking about? And with what kind of information? I think it's, again, to me, it's premature to say that we will have a document or some kind of analysis in terms of how things work in other forums. I'm open to discuss perhaps an invitation to other organizations, bodies that can share information, but I do not think that at this point it's useful to have any background document on this. We can defer the discussion for the next advisory board meeting, but without having any background document, because as I mentioned before, it's important to see how many requests of technical assistance do we have, what's the type of technical assistance that Paris organizations are, or vulnerable population, indigenous people are requesting. And according to that, we can make an evaluation and we can see if there is a need to have a background document that guide our discussion. But I have to say that to me it's premature to talk about a document. So I can support the idea to defer this topic, but the document I think is premature. Thank you.
Sarah, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to be clear that we decided we will make these minimum percentages, right? So it's not a matter of if one day we do, right? It is in the Sharm decision, right, that we will. And so I guess to me, the question is, what do you need to be ready to engage in that conversation? If we don't need a background document, that's fine. But I also am somewhat concerned about the fact that you are suggesting, well, we might come to the next meeting and we won't make a decision here on this topic, right? And so I think it's important to be clear, right, that this minimum percentage, right, it is not as if deemed appropriate as it says on the slide, right? It is something that we've previously decided will be done. And so I understand we're not ready at this meeting, but I think that just being, oh, we'll see where things are next meeting isn't a firm enough commitment to make progress here on this issue. And I think that was the intent also behind Alpha's suggestion to maybe do some work on how we could approach this problem. And so if there's a different way that you would like to propose we approach this problem, and so we all feel ready to engage in it, I think that's fine. But just wanted to make that clear.
Alpha.
Yes, thank you. I think Sierra actually I think yes, I think Sarah actually eloquently said what I wanted to indicate. The point is, the two issues are mandated. We cannot go away of. Okay, we need to address that, and those 2 points are critical pillars of the funding management. But we are in the situation now that we do not anticipate that discussion at this point of time, and there's no way for us to do that, and we do not have time. So that's why we are suggesting that the comment made on the proposal as it is now are reflected by the secretariat, that we agreed on that. And then next year, I'm fine with the approach, but I think to be to have a compromise, perhaps the other colleagues want to have a deadline or a specific meeting where we are going to address that. As she said, she doesn't want to have that to be done in the future, but she wants to have a specific target. So we are at your disposal. I can understand your point, and I see also a value of that, this is, for instance, the vulnerability is being in the discussion a long time. I personally have spent, my boss gave me the hard work to do the vulnerability and never, I failed because everybody is beautiful. Vulnerability is about beautiful because people think vulnerability is money. And I don't want to engage on that discussion, right? So let's fix the document at this point of time. under the understanding that the document is not finished. It is an initial guidelines, and it will be a management guide. It will be a proper guidelines once the two input are put there. So where we are going to do that, how we can do that, I'm at your disposal. But I want us to advance. That's the point. So I think we are on the same page. So
All right. So in consultation with my co-chair, we'd like to ask interim secretariat to compile this question and comments. Then we want proceed this significant points to be further discussed offline. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. So now I direct to take a break. Yeah, of course. Thank you very much. For 15 minutes. Come back at 5 p.m. Thank you.
So let's start, please. Let's start straight. So I would like to introduce agenda item 11, annual report of the Santiago network. As per decision 12/CMA.4 endorsed by decisions 11/CP.27, the Santiago Network Secretariat, under the guidance of the advisory board, is requested to prepare an annual report on activities of the Santiago Network to be forwarded to the governing body or bodies through the subsidiary bodies. The annual report will be submitted jointly with the EXCOM report. This report will be the first from the advisory board of the Santiago Network. It also being submitted in a year that the Warsaw International Mechanism will be reviewed, of which the Santiago Network is part. As stated in the term of reference of the review contained in document FCCC/SB/2024/L.4 adopted at the 6th session of the subsidiary bodies in June this year, this report will be among the input and source of information and the review will cover progress of operationalization and implementation of the work program of the Santiago Network, among other things. I'd like to invite members to consider the draft annotated outline of the annual report 2024 of the Santiago Network as contained in document SNAB/2024/3/09 and make recommendations for consideration of the governing body or bodies through the subsidiary bodies as appropriate. In this context, I would like to invite the interim secretariat to present an overview of the report. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thanks, Co-Chair. So this is a topic that was discussed as well yesterday in the retreat, and we got some valuable inputs, including on the structure, which is something which we are incorporating and have shared with the members, an offline document and a Google document for joint working, and we have started receiving inputs on some of the sections of the report. So this will be the first report from Santiago Network and will be part of the Warsaw International Mechanism together with the EXCOM, a joint report. So I'll request my colleague Leanne to present for the benefit of everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Co-Chair. The next slide, please. Very briefly, the mandate is that there is a joint report of the Executive Committee and the Santiago Network that is prepared and submitted through the subsidiary bodies to the governing body or bodies. In this regard, the structure of the report will be where there is a cover or parent report, where there will be more procedural information provided, and thereafter there will be two addenda. One will be for the EXCOM and the other will be for the Santiago Network. The information that will be produced here in this meeting will therefore be in addendum 2 as shown. Next slide, please. As Animesh mentioned previously, there was some initial discussion by advisory board members during the retreat, but we are showing here just a summary of the guiding questions that we hope will help the advisory board during this session in providing additional feedback and comments for the preparation of the report. So the recommendation was that we have a general section looking at lessons, challenges, and recommendations. And so we have summarized some areas that we hope will be helpful. Among them, for example, looking at the startup activities, the meetings and outcomes of the advisory board, membership of and invitations to the OBNEs, coordination and collaboration with other bodies under the Convention and the Paris Agreement, including the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage and the Executive Committee, membership on the advisory board, invitations or encouragement to parties on matters relating to technical assistance, translating pledges into contributions, and recommendations relevant to the operations of the Santiago network. We will continue to capture any feedback or comments in these or other areas, and will support the board as we work to finalize a draft of the report going forward. Thanks, Co-Chair. Over to you.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you for the presentation. And I'd like to thank you for being very reactive and populate the placeholders that were presented yesterday. So I'd like to open the floor for any comments and suggestion. And I think we need to split our discussion into two parts. The first is the overall document, and then we have a dedicated discussion on recommendation, lessons learned, and challenge. So let's clear the easy part. If there is any comment there, the floor is open. I see Stella.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and thank you so much, Liane, for presenting the work that the Secretariat has done in the course of the night on filling up the blanks in the annotated outline that we saw yesterday. Following the guidance from the Co-Chair, I will just first go through the comments that I made in the Google document as well to the main part of the report, and then in the other moment, I'm happy to speak to some of the proposed recommendations that I have also put into the shared document. So in the for the comments on the body of the report, in the part on the scope of the report, I would like to suggest that we also precise the period that was covered in this by this report. From the start of the meetings or the activities, probably from the moment of the signing of the memorandum, where the interim secretariat could start working and preparing for the first meeting, just for clarity. Also in that part, so it's the paragraph 2 of the scope, it says that the report corresponds to the mandate for the annual report and contains challenges, lessons learned, and key recommendations, while the kind of the structure is larger than this. So perhaps we, instead of like listing just challenges and lessons learned, we could maybe refer to the recommendations as something in addition to the other parts of the, or something that we want to highlight above the structure of the report, but I wouldn't see the need to just bring out the challenges and lessons learned, as there are many other elements as well in the paper. Then on the under the part in progress in establishing the Santiago Network Secretariat, I think we could also add the progress made in terms of establishing the Secretariat in the location that was selected. So maybe adding a point on that. In para 15, there was just the word network next to Santiago that was missing, so that was a small addition from myself. And under the part on collaboration with relevant bodies, I made some suggestions on adding several points without really writing them out, so they would need some more work. But I would suggest that we add a point on collaboration with the ExCom as per decisions of CMA, which would include holding meetings back to back and the information exchange that we had through the members of advisory board that were designated from the ExCom, and any other kind of points of collaboration that we would like to list. I would also suggest that we add a point on participation of the culture in the Glasgow Dialogue 3 as a relevant contribution of the Santiago Network Advisory Board to those discussions. And also, if there is a decision, if we will be discussing this this week about our engagement in the launch of the high-level dialogue, if we decide something on that, then perhaps that should also be included in the report. And I think that covers the comments to the body, and then I can come back on the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Leona.
Thank you, co-chair, and thank you for so swiftly adding content to the structure of the annual report. I think first of all, it's very helpful, as you did, to reiterate the terms of reference of the Santiago network that already alluded to aspects that should be covered in the annual report. So I think that's very helpful to have this in the mandate. I wanted to inquire about the two letters that are mentioned under number 14 and 15. I may have missed it, perhaps, but I think I haven't seen those. So if these were indeed already sent out, it would be great for us advisory board members to know about those and also see the contents of them. We agreed to have this outreach. It would just be nice to know what exactly these letters are about. Sorry, one tiny step back on under implementation E, where there's a reference to the Vanuatu request. It would be great to know a bit more how it did support the request from Vanuatu. And apart from that, I think I now open the online document and see how much Stella, who just engaged on this as well, had already added. I think all your points are very, very helpful and valuable to add, because we also agreed yesterday that we should highlight all the accomplishments that we also made so far, being very much aware of all the work that's still ahead of us. So I think the aspects that you proposed are very well placed, and maybe we can even think of more aspects that need to be added to the list of initial steps that we've already taken, and stopping there and going into the recommendations later on.
Thank you, Leona. I'm a bit very relieved because I was expecting we, as usual, questioning previous decisions. I think there's an agreement on that. And I think given the time constraint, we can move on the challenges, lessons learned, and recommendations, if you agree, board members. And in addition to the additional point that you shared with us, I think they are all valid points, Stella, and the expression of gratitude on and recalling the hosting arrangement, and so I think we need to find a way to reflect that in the document. So the discussion is now open for first lessons learned, and then we go to recommendations, and then challenges, or the way you like. Yeah, yeah. I have Stella.
Thank you so much, Alpha. And I didn't make any comments on the challenges or lessons learned or best practices, but yesterday we had some initial exchanges, and Camila suggested some suggestions, some proposals for the language on best practices that I supported. And so hopefully we can add that language from Camila when she has time to maybe bring them back on the mic today. So I didn't entertain any comments on that, but I would support those that we discussed yesterday. And in terms of recommendations, because I was on the train this morning, as you were preparing to start the meeting, I had a bit of time, so I already thought about the language for initial suggestions for recommendations, and happy to go through them with you. Hopefully they are not controversial, but I'm just gonna go through what I suggested. So I think it would be useful for the annual report in the recommendation section to welcome progress that has already been made in the operationalization of the Santiago network, which includes the approving the different guidelines, and we could list which ones we have approved by the close of this meeting, designating the OBNEs and the operationalization of the secretariat. I would also suggest to welcome the efforts of the Santiago Network Advisory Board and the Secretariat to undertake considerable intersessional work virtually to ensure that this progress was achieved this year in the first year of our existence. I think it would also be very good for us to express appreciation to all organizations and experts who participated as observers in the meetings of the advisory board, but also to express appreciation to OBNEs or to members, potential members who expressed interest in the work of the Santiago network, and those who have already joined, as we heard today, as network members. We could consider expressing appreciation to the government of Switzerland for the support that they're providing for the management of the secretariat. We could express appreciation to UNOPS in the UNDRR for supporting the Santiago network during this initial startup phase by setting up the interim secretariat and for the in-kind support that was provided. We talked about the Santiago network liaisons, and I think we could repeat the invitation to parties to inform the Santiago network secretariat about their Santiago network liaisons as appropriate for national circumstances. And then we could envisage sections where when we propose to the parties to encourage the Santiago Network Advisory Board and the Santiago Network Secretariat to take further action. And for the Santiago Network Advisory Board, we could suggest to encourage us to collaborate further with the executive committee on the outreach and communication activities, as we have been discussing in our previous meetings. We could align this with our decision language and also what our decisions from the meetings in the context of enhancing the coherence and complementarity among the funding arrangements, including by coordinating for the participation in the annual high-level dialogue, pending decisions on that. And we could also have an encouragement to ourselves to collaborate with the funding arrangement and the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage in aligning the technical assistance with efforts to build capacity and support programmatic approaches, which is in line with the decision language. So there's no kind of inventing new language there. And the encouragement to the secretariat, the one that I had in mind to start this would be to promote the network with the view of engaging a wide range of members, in particular those at the local level. And of course, there could be many more that we would want to add to the encouragements to the advisory board and to the secretariat, and maybe some others, but these were some initial ones that I would like to suggest. Thank you.
Thank you for providing us with input. I think it's definitely important to figure out how best to reflect certain points, because I think expression of gratitude, appreciation are not part of recommendations. Perhaps we might consider at the end of this discussion where we can host those elements, because expression is not necessarily a recommendation. And thank you for your valuable input and helping us break the ice. I now want to give the floor to Sarah.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree with most of the comments and suggestions made by Stella for populating this section. I guess one question I have about like lessons and challenges is like, in my mind, these should just be phrased as recommendations. I guess I'm just curious if others see a need for an alternative description of these, I don't totally understand what the first proposal is around lessons from startup activities, what we might want to draw from that in terms of like who our audience is versus just, you know, welcoming the progress as Stella pointed out in her recommendations. And then, for example, on meetings and outcomes of the advisory board, just welcoming the participation of the observers and other organizations that contributed to our deliberations. So just wanted to suggest that instead of having lessons that are just, you know, use different language, just to have recommendations, but cover some of these points in those recommendations.
Thank you. Point well taken. I see Camila.
Thank you, co-chair, and thank you to the secretariat for working so promptly on this document. I think we're all very happy to see progress in it. I did not take the floor in the first part of the discussion. I did leave some comments on the document online, however, just on wording, I think that don't need to be said here out loud. On recommendations and kind of following up on Stella's pushing me to come in. I also agree with the idea as CRSS of phrasing these as recommendations. And I think that was behind the idea of making just one bullet point, sort of one big bullet point on recommendations. And in that sense, I would have, as I mentioned in our closed session, some recommendations in two levels, sort of both to the Santiago Network and the work the Santiago Network is doing, and to the advisory board and the work the advisory board does. So I would add recommendations to the Santiago Network that go in sense of outreach and communication. And I aligned with some of the comments I left earlier in the document that one of the things that the recommend for the work to continue on expediting the development or of a plan or outreach and communication plans that should include expediting the hiring of the comms officer, which I think it's a key position that's not, we haven't really discussed much, to in that work of promoting the out, because I think it speaks earlier on the outreach and communication that has been done on setting up the guidelines. I would recommend sort of changing that language to what has been done, which is more the institutional setup, and say in the recommendations to work towards that outreach and communications to promote engagement from membership, and in doing so expediting the hiring of the comms officer, making use of existing communities of actions around loss and damage, and there we can include the XCOM and its expert groups and the outreach we are to continue doing there. I recommend to reach out to NFPs with the information and encourage the nomination of Santiago Network contact points, as well as our recommendation for the translation of documents that are related to the engagement of country or OBNEs. In recommendations for the advisory board, I would add sort of a challenge or lesson learned on the use of technologies for keeping the members and the observers updated. So like speak of the good use that we have seen, and to recommend continue promoting those means of sharing of information, including a recommendation on the promotion or work for fully integrating or continue to engage virtual participation. I think that has been a key factor in the success of these meetings, that we're able to have virtual participation, and would be crucial for ensuring quorum or ensuring correct participations of observers. So I would also add a recommendation on that line. I had some more points, but I think I've left them in the documents. And
thank you. So I'd like to give myself the floor as a member now, since I'm not seeing anyone, and then make some comments. Thank you for the document. And I think we can structure the three element lessons learned, challenges, and recommendations along the structure that previous speaker have taken, specific to the secretariat, specific to the advisory board, perhaps also specific to OBMEs or stakeholders, so that in the structure lessons learned, we have specific targeted information for those key players. I'd like to indicate that one of the recommendations that I think it's very important is to urge the necessity of starting to work with regional offices early next year. The second point is I've seen here as a recommendation ensuring the funding pledges are translated into contributions. I think this is for my end a challenge, and for me the big challenge. And if there's one message that I personally want to convey is the issue of finance here. We have no resources. We have pledges made, but we don't know when they are coming at this point of time. And even they are fulfilled, those pledges will not be sufficient to live up to the ambition that we see for the Santiago network. So as a challenge, I don't know how to frame that in terms of textual language, but to say that that the lack of resources, or rather the lack of certainty about the budgets in the Santiago network might be a big impediment moving forward next year, because as we see yesterday, there are not enough resources at this point of time to fulfill the budget that are presented to us. So, and this is a big challenge. And as a technical assistance provider without resources, there's no raison d'etre. So I think that is one of the points that I wanted to indicate. I think we can work on the recommendation that is written here, because ensuring that the pledges is very, very generic, and I guess we can find a better framing, but that does not exclude the necessity to pointing to the needs for more resources and the problem we are facing. And I think in terms of recommendation also, along with the issue about the positioning of the Santiago network vis-a-vis the loss and damage fund, vis-a-vis the funding arrangement, we need to have a recommendation on that, saying that a better, more clarity are sought from the COP-CMA to help us to have better understanding how we will support the whole landscape on loss and damage to work to better respond to the needs and priorities of developing countries. And those are my points to indicate. So Leona.
Thank you. I apologize for not engaging on content at this step, but I was wondering, and maybe a few others are too, it would be good to be, for me, it would be good to be clearer because I've never been a member of the ExCom, for example. I know that many of you have been or are, so you know this exercise very well. But I wanted to understand better, the title of the subsection is Recommendations to the Governing Body or Body. So we're recommending something to the parties. Am I understanding correctly? Okay. And then with regards, we somewhat decided yesterday that the challenges, lessons learned, recommendations would be one section. We now divide it up in the section into subsections again, lessons learned, challenges and recommendations. It's kind of the same as it was yesterday when it was separate sections. I thought the agreement was to only have recommendations in this section, if I understand correctly. So I'm wondering how the recommendations need to be phrased in order to go to the governing body or bodies. Right now, I'm still a bit confused about that, so maybe I can learn from you guys' experience there.
Yeah. I will give the secretariat to respond, and now I will react on one point of view. Secretary,
Yeah, thanks, Leona. I think the recommendation, as you can see from the last bullet of this structure on the screen, is to clearly have the recommendations. We retained the subsections to just provide guiding points so that the framing of challenge and hence the recommendation can be done together. So the guiding questions are as was presented yesterday, but the idea is that we will develop one bullet which will include, say, the preambular part of that bullet would be a challenge and hence followed by a recommendation in the same bullet. So, but we will work on it further in terms of once we have gathered all your inputs, we'll remove those guiding questions and we'll just have the recommendations in place. I also wanted to respond on your previous question on the two letters that were sent. So there was a decision made in the second advisory board meeting in July that the co-chairs of the Santiago network will approach the co-chairs of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, providing updates and seeking further collaboration. So that letter was sent by the co-chairs, and a second letter has been drafted, which is still in a draft stage for perusal of the co-chairs to be sent to the co-chairs of the ExCom on, in particular, context of the OBNE and its membership. If co-chairs agree, we can share the two letters with advisory. Thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair. If I may also respond to some of the recommendations that were made previously, and thanks, Stella, you went into quite a bit of detail. Just to add that the primary or the main report that we had referenced before does capture some of that information. So we would perhaps defer to see if you would still want to reflect them in this addendum. So as an example, we had referenced the meetings that were the meetings of the Santiago network. We spoke about some gender considerations, progress of work, and so we would certainly want to add any additional information that you think would be relevant for this other section. But where it's not already captured, we'll certainly make sure they're captured in this addendum. Thanks.
Thank you, Secretariat. I just wanted also to react on the questions raised by Leona. Perhaps I'm wrong, but my understanding was that the issue about lessons, challenges, and recommendation is not something that is coming from a vacuum. It is a request. The report should provide informations on lessons learned and challenges and recommendations. And I think this is an opportunity to give a synopsis and a stock take of the real situation of the Santiago network, because this report is going to us. We will try together to find ways to respond to the information we will be submitting to parties, to the bodies and body. So hence, I think it's kind of weird if a new established institution submit a report without challenges. It's factually not accurate because we are facing a lot of challenges, not only financial issues, uh, 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 and uh, I think in terms of integrity of a document, we cannot provide an annual report without challenges. So that said, uh, uh, we can work on the languages, but personally, I will have some issues with a report without containing challenges. That's the reality because there are challenges here. We have challenges in agreeing on the vulnerable communities. We have challenges in the minimum criteria, minimum threshold or percentage. There are other challenges. So having said that, I think we need to figure out together how we will proceed with this text. My sense is there is a good spirit here of shared views. Perhaps we could request the secretariat to reflect comment just made, and then we get another iteration. I also notice that very critical informations in the annual report are missing. There are many placeholders that are still empty, and those placeholders, perhaps the next iteration should be completed because the information are already there, and that's the point that I wanted to make. Thank you. I didn't follow the order. So I don't know from whom to start. I will start from Camila, my dear friend Camila.
Thank you, Alpha. And I raise this to come back to say that I think we are all in agreement that we identify and that we are doing a role of identifying the challenges that we are facing, and I don't think that's something anyone around this table is questioning, including myself. I think we do face significant challenges, and that there is a lot of room for improvement, and that we have learned a lot in the past year, and that both from the role of the interim secretariat of the secretariat and the advisory board, this is a key document in having some of those lessons learned to do a better job next year. I think the recommendation, and I mean, I know it was originally from Sierra, but I know in the way I see it, given that this is a document that goes straight to COP, and that then it's endorsed, and these are given as recommendations. Recommendations speak to those challenges. And I, of course, in that with the example you use now, when we have difficulties reaching agreement of some topics, I would absolutely add a recommendation on making use, particularly in this early setup, making use of intersessional meetings. They were really important in getting us, and documents that we will get out now have been those. The first documents that we got out were those on which we got presentations early on ahead of meetings. The documents on which we're making the most progress now are those that were part of intersessional meetings where we made agreements. So the recommendation would be that, and I think that's a very important one that should be added. It's like encourage seeking ways and alternative ways to promptly reach consensus, including to the use, of promptly sharing documents and making use of intersessional activities. In terms of how then that is looked and shared, I feel they can all be placed like that, like sort of the objective and the recommendation, rather than having sort of specifically challenges and dead recommendations, because it's speaking to one thing, right? What is the action that from this exercise that we're doing, we are encouraging to take, and that's how it is better reflected in this document that can then be endorsed and shared at COF-CMA. At least in where and how I saw it and why I agreed and proposed that change and how I wrote my proposals were in that sense. And I hope that reaches agreement.
Yes, well understood. Now I'm puzzled, so I will follow the same line. Sarah and then Stella. Sarah, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Alpha. And I agree with Camila because I think she was agreeing with me. But I also think this section would be clear if it was just recommendations, as I think our audience, right, is kind of parties. And so just having the recommendations makes most sense to me rather than having a separate kind of lessons and challenges section. I, that's not like a huge like political issue. Like if we need to adjust that format, we can. I just think that would be my recommendation. I also, Alpha, didn't fully understand or capture all of your recommendations at the end of your previous intervention, and so it'd be helpful to get a little bit more clarity there. I'm looking at some of the previous like adaptation fund board annual reports and some of the GCF annual reports to see how they have managed some of the issues around resources. And for one, I do see another one of the placeholders in the current report is around the resources of the Santiago network. And so I'm sure it will be filled out, and it might be helpful to have a better understanding of how that is planned to be filled out, whether it is just kind of the contributions received in 2024, if there will be some other approach to that. But I also, think that as an advisory board, I think it can be difficult to propose language in recommendations about converting pledges to contributions. I think that really our role as an advisory board is to kind of manage the operations and provide the strategic direction to the secretariat. And so I'm noting that in these other body reports, they don't include those types of recommendations. And so I think it would be hard, pressed for us to set a new precedent to agree to that type of language here. But I do think that we do have activities that we have all agreed to around the idea of developing a resource mobilization strategy to provide that type of direction to the secretariat. And so I think that maybe that would be a different way of trying to get at some of those challenges, is the way you framed them as a recommendation or actionable recommendation that we could include here.
Thank you, Sarah. Stella.
Thank you, Alpha. I wanted to support some of the recommendations that Camila has put forward in both her interventions around the translation of those documents that we've discussed earlier and the use of technologies of keeping members informed. And I think in particular, the one that was brought up last about the importance of intersessional work and the virtual possibility of engaging on some of the documents. So I think that it's really valuable to have that in. And I would like to challenge maybe your approach to the challenges, as you have, not to the fact that perhaps there aren't, but there surely are, and we can, I think, frame them in a way that we recommend a change or improvement, but maybe to some of those that you have actually highlighted. The one on translating pledges into contributions, I am not aware, or at least I would like to put a question there if that is actually a challenge. We've heard some updates from the secretariat at the last meeting and at the informal meeting that the progress is happening in that area, that there are contacts with the different donors that have pledged funds, and that there is a kind of an outline of when those will be signed. So I'm not aware that there is a challenge at this stage. There might be at a later stage if we do discover that this isn't happening. But at least for now, I would put a question into that, and also in a way of kind of saying that the resources are not sufficient when we don't actually know what amount of resources we'll be needing, because we don't know how many requests will be coming in. We're struggling to kind of set the balance right with agreeing on our budget for next year. So maybe it's too early to kind of definitely say we have a challenge. And on the other hand, and kind of echoing some of the comments that Sierra has made, I didn't look into the other kind of bodies reports, those that disperse funds and how they do it, but it's really interesting that Sierra did some homework and to see how they put that into their reports. I'm not sure it's a message we want to be sending in the first year of our operations that we do not have resources. We have to acknowledge that this is the first year and we are really just getting off our feet, and we have done a lot of work. And perhaps it is too early just to say that we are struggling financially, because I don't think that this is already the case. But I'm happy to engage further on that. And also, Alpha, you made an interesting observation around something about getting more clarity from CMA and COP on kind of better understanding how the different bodies can work together coherently with the funding arrangement and the fund. I think it's interesting because we have the review of the WIM this year, and we will have those conversations in that context. So perhaps some of this will come from the governing bodies to us, but it's also something where I think we as members of those bodies need to think more clearly, because we are the closest to this process. So we need to see how we operationalize the mandates that were given by the parties to us and how we take it forward. We have some very initial mandates. We don't fully know what it means, so we have to do the work as well to help the parties to provide further guidance. But I can see that it's something that comes from both, from the bottom up and from top down as well. So something interesting to consider. Thanks.
Thank you, Stella. Edie.
Very short, because I think most of things are already said. But in the financial management system, I think we need to have more language. I think many things are empty, and maybe we cannot adopt a document like this because we do not have more element that can allow us maybe to have a decision on that. But I need maybe to see more elements and more language, financial language that can allow maybe to have a good understanding of the report, of what are we going to adopt or not. So I really want to see more in the financial management system. Thank you.
Thank you, Edie. Several comments were directed to me, and I'm talking as a member. First of all, of course, it is definitely always good to look what are the best practices. But we are a new institutions, and this is the report of the Santiago network. We can look at what other institutions are reporting, but we should not shy away of the reality of here. So it is a report of the Santiago network, and if other institutions that are not TA provider, like the Adaptation Fund, like the GCF, we cannot take them as a benchmark. So I think we definitely need to be accurate, and I would say that I have heard you, but I do not agree with you on the financial matters for several reasons. We have a budget that we send back to the secretariat, to revise because it's beyond the available resources. And that's the reality. That's the reality. Second, we have 1 year because the donors said, we want you to establish the Santiago Advisory Board, and then we will put money there. We had 1 year of engagement with donors. And the reality is that there are possibility of turning certain pledges, but the fact is the budget that we are approving cannot consider that. And I think as a counter, I cannot, I was telling someone, I say, hey, we are a new body, we are having 2 million pledges, 2 million loans, because the 2 millions, additional 2 millions or 3 millions, 4 millions more, again, 4 to 5 millions are not there based on the budget of 2025. So, and I think this is something we cannot look away. And as I indicated, for us as Africa Group, we are fighting for all developing countries, but we are accountable to our people. And we are here to provide technical assistance. So, and you cannot provide technical assistance without resources. So I think we can, in the spirit of compromise, look how we can frame that, but I think it will not be factually accurate to say we are fine, we are good in terms of resources. And I think with what we have seen all of the year, pledges being made subject of certain conditions that were not informed, that were not said, and then not being materialized is an issue. And I think that's something we cannot look away. And I think a Santiago Network report without mentioning this will be not accurate, because we will leave here, we will not have any pledges fulfilled. It means that we will have a budget that is reduced because of the uncertainty. And as a friend of loss and damage, I think this is the opportunity to raise more resources. The strategy, the mobilization strategy is something that comes next year. And based on the experiences of different funds, given the faith that the CTCN is having, it starts like that. And I think we don't want to make a concession on that point. To be honest, there is not resources here. If there are resources, they are not on our account. So frankly speaking, I think we need to find a way to reflect that. But I don't want personally to have a Santiago Network director that will spend 80% of her time mobilizing resources. That's why I was reminding Ben this morning that we did not give the mandate to the secretary to have active engagement. They will be doing that, but we need to frame that. We need to make sure that it is not responding. So I don't want to monopolize the speech, but it is for me, and I think I can speak on behalf of my group, not possible to send a document if there is no reference on the resources. I'm sorry for that, but that's the factual. I'm not inventing anything. If what I'm saying is not accurate, someone can provide me the contrary. The contrary, the fact is there is no resources here. We have a secretariat that will be taking, if we take the resource that is available, we will have 50-50% or 60-50%. So let's find a way to structure the annual report to be in line with the reality of this fund or of this network, to ensure that at least we did our job. Our job is to report to the COP and the COP CMA what is the realities here. So I will stop here. Thank you. One want to take a floor? Hello, my dear friend. Yes, you can take the floor.
Thank you. I would really like to speak in support of Alpha's comments. As somebody that does constant fundraising for my own Indigenous organization, which is very large, as well as other Indigenous initiatives and projects. I think that you do have a challenge. We've been asked to go out and help to build interest in becoming members of the Santiago network and in offering technical assistance and requesting technical assistance. And if there isn't some consideration for the funding there to be able to provide that, we're going to be disappointing many, as you call, vulnerable communities, as well as Indigenous peoples, as well as, I think, some states, in particular developing states in Africa and elsewhere. You're not going to ever have too much money. That's not going to happen. And it's a challenge. By putting it as a challenge, you're also challenging the members of the COP, the states, to step up and meet their pledges, but also to pledge more and to commit more in this way. So it's a strategic question that is on many, many grant reports that I fill out. The funders ask, what are your challenges and have you met them? It indicates a level of, I guess, self-evaluation, self-awareness that we do have challenges, and this is our strategy to meet them. But it also, I think, will challenge the COP, challenge the state parties to step up their commitments and fulfill their commitments. And I don't want to go back, I don't want to beat a dead horse or go back to previous, but the more specifics that you can provide when you're asking for funding, the more successful I found you can be. And in particular, those questions that you said you weren't ready to answer before, what is the level of overhead or that you're willing to provide to organizations or intermediaries? What percent you're going to dedicate to those that you consider vulnerable or more important to me, directly already impacted by climate change, whether they be Indigenous peoples or others. It will inspire states, I think, to realize you put attention on these fiscal matters and that you've set those parameters for the work that you're doing in a responsible way and in a way that hopefully will inspire them to help you meet your objectives and goals. So I just want to say those things. I think you can't ignore this issue, and I think you need to present it as a challenge, because it's a challenge to the states as well as to the Santiago network to meet those goals and to be able to fulfill all of the aspirations that you have, but that also you're encouraging others that are impacted and need that technical assistance to have faith in this process that help will be there for them. So I just wanted to say those things as a fundraiser. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone want to take the floor? Leona, please.
Thanks. This is only to ask for next steps then, so we don't finish this for today and without knowing how to proceed.
I think I will, given the appetite of no comments, I think we need to consult with the secretary and the co-chairs. But I have additional points on the text, and particularly on paragraph 29 on the in-kind support. And just an editorial comments on paragraph 29 under the heading in-kind support. It refers to para in decision from Dubai saying the decision requests UNDRR and UNOPS to provide in-kind support, but these elements are actually captured in the MOU. So that needs to be clear, and stronger language of the MOU should be provided instead of a language that are here. So that's a small editing suggestion. So please bear with me and let me consult with my question. Okay, thank you for your attention. And thank you for your attention. Thank you. And we, I think I will first of all request the secretariat to present the revised daily program of tomorrow, daily schedule of activities, and afterwards we will open for general comments, and we will agree on the way forward together. Or you give me also the chance to suggest some way forward. So having said that, Secretary, are you ready?
Thank you, Co-Chair. So as just to provide the updates for the schedule of work for tomorrow, the first session we start the day as was in the latest schedule of work. We start with the provision of technical assistance and followed by Santiago Network Strategy and Result Framework. In the session after break, we'll have 4 matters discussed. On item 13, Santiago Network Resource Mobilization Strategy, brief discussion. Item 10 on the high-level dialogue, and item 15 on the events and communication, and item 17, one specific matter on any other matters. Post-lunch, we'll have one session on item 11 on annual report, and post-second break, the matters related to the guidelines on managing funding and the Santiago Network budget. So if it's agreed by all co-chairs, we will upload this on the website for information.
Thank you, Secretariat. Any comment from your end? Yes, Sierra.
Thanks. It would be just helpful if this could be sent by email. I assume there will also be changes to the Friday schedule too, once we finish tomorrow. Okay, I'm just noticing that there's 3 blocks dedicated to the annual report, which seems like a lot, but happy to adjust as that moves forward. Also, if it's possible, it would be helpful for me if there's also an update on the documents themselves in terms of like, are there outstanding issues that we need to huddle on or send comments on to make sure that we are able to make as much progress as possible on these agenda items tomorrow.
Thank you, Sarah. Perhaps the secretary can help us to provide. I will to provide update on the different documents. So I think we will follow the order as the agenda. So you can start to do.
Thanks. I will relate to some of the documents for discussion tomorrow, and then maybe Ben or Catherine can provide updates on the other documents. So on the item 8, which is in the first session, the provision of technical assistance, there were 2 outstanding items. One was section 2.3 on the national and country-driven process and the role of national liaison. So that is something the task team is working on, and we would expect the draft text on that one, which will include in the guideline. And the second one was section 4.2.2 on the guiding principles or criteria for selection process. So we have already shared a draft text on that yesterday with members, and we are seeing some of the inputs are coming in on that as well. So that is about the technical assistance. And then on the annual report, what we understand is that we would incorporate all the information as discussed today in the last session and share an updated version. And in particular, we would point to the last section on lessons and recommendations without prejudging the title of that section and challenges. So we'll provide, based on the comments we have received, few bullet points on those on that section, and then that was what we discussed tomorrow. So we'll share that document tomorrow morning. For the other on the agenda, item 12 on the strategy and result framework, on the resource mobilization strategy and fund management and budget. Ben, please.
Thanks, Animesh. So with regard to the results framework, an updated version of that will be circulated later this evening for review. And the strategy outline, the annotated outline of the strategy was shared as part of the background documents for the meeting. So you'll receive the updated version of the results framework for your review. With regard to the resource mobilization strategy, again, that is just an annotated outline which has been shared with you as part of a background document. With regard to item 9, the guidelines for managing funding, we will be reviewing and updating that this evening based upon the comments that were received in this afternoon's session. But if there's any additional comments that you would like to share, please do share them with us either in writing or subsequent to this meeting. On the Santiago network budget, based upon the discussion yesterday, we are preparing a updated version of the revised 2024 budget. And in addition to that, 2 versions of the 2025 budget, one which is based upon resources available, and the second which is based upon the planned expenditure for next year, assuming that funding is available, based upon our discussion yesterday.
Thank you. Any questions from your end? Thank you. I think the document on provision of technical assistance, the committee has already shared the input. So perhaps to draw your attention on that, to read it out, and perhaps the only things that I can say to thank you, Secretariat, for your willingness. We will work the way through, and then we will manage everything. And I think having an approach of track change to help focus on the issues that are left. With that said, I think the Secretariat's thank you, thank you. I think there is a reception there. I will strongly encourage to use the reception to have small talk on different points. I personally wanted to stay more longer today to avoid tense moment tomorrow and to relax and chill on Friday. But I think it is definitely good to have refreshment, and thank you for your attention. The last point is what I wanted to suggest. Do you mind we starting tomorrow at 8:30? The German language. Okay, I understand. So, okay, 9 p.m. Sorry, that was not meant. 9 a.m. tomorrow, 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you all for your attention. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry. I can't find the email on the update documents on the technical